Ladies and gentlemen, please give me a heart emoji. Let me see that you are still here. Just click on the heart emoji, then I know that you're still here. Let me see. I'm seeing only a couple of hearts. Where are all the hearts? Oh, yes, there are all the hearts coming through. All the hearts. There's still some hearts that I'm missing. Okay, slowly coming through. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Then I know that I'm still talking to an audience that is still interested in, going with us through this wave of change as we travel across the world. And now we have arrived through, the island of Cyprus. We have now arrived in the continent of Europe. And it is my pleasure to welcome, thank you, Shara, to welcome you back now as we surf on this wave, in the European continent, and we go to the Italian Republic, where we will meet the ambassador of Italy, and Paula. I always practice your surname every time I'm going to say it, and then I laugh at myself because we work so much together, but every time I want to say your name, I always have to practice it. Paola De Vescovi, who is the ambassador of Female Wave of Change in Italy, and she will lead the conversation on the topic of Italy for a sustainable future. Paola, over to you, and we look forward to hearing from you guys.
Thank you, Tadello. And I'm not on my own. I have almost the whole team, the Italian team here. I see them dancing at the rhythm of Hellenic's drum, so I'm sure there will be a lot of energy in our presentation. So just want to share just 3 slides, no more than that, just to set the context. So yeah, we've chosen this theme, Italy for a Sustainable World. We need sustainability and we need change all over the world and in our country. There's so much going on. We really need change, and a change that is different with our own female and feminine values. My team is with me. They will all have the chance to speak. Each one of them is responsible for a pillar or an area in our country. And here they are together with me, Edgarda, Irene, I don't know if she's able to join us, Miguel, Ilaria, Francesca, Marianna, Alessandra, and Tamia won't be able to be here with us. They are all here and they will, present what we are doing in Italy. Team Italy started quite recently. We managed to put together the team during this year, and I was so happy to see how eagerly each one of them joined. We all share Female Wave of Change values, and we are very, very happy to start these ripples. I heard this saying that you just need one stone to generate many ripples. And we have already started generating these ripples. So what are we doing in Italy? We are moving along 3 different directions, if you want. One direction is what we will be able to do as a team, our own projects, educational events, maybe fundraising events, and workshops on specific topics. The second direction that we are working on is collaboration with other associations and organizations who share our own same values. So women's organizations, but also other organizations who are committed and involved to bring about change in a different way with values that we all share. And Samia is very much involved in creating these networks. And finally, we have decided to support projects in Italy that already exist And maybe you know they are very active locally, but these are amazing projects who really are worth promoting because they can create important change. And these are projects that we have chosen 2 of them. And these are projects that share with us the theme that we have chosen for 2021-2022, which is sustainability and reduction of waste. And we want to make sure that we focus on these values, on these dimensions, people, prosperity, peace, planet, and partnership, to be able to generate that change that will enable us to create a sustainable world. So I don't want to take too much of time just speaking and saying what we are doing. I want to give the floor to my team. They will tell you what we are going to do and what we are going to focus on in each pillar. And not only, together with us, we have the 2 projects with which we are starting creating these ripples and these waves of change. And I'm very, very happy to have the 2 creators of those projects that we have chosen to start supporting with us, and they will present their own project. So without any further ado, I will give the floor to Edgarda, to my first wave maker. Edgarda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Paola. Good morning, everyone. My name is Edgarda Brigliadori. I'm a beauty and wellness consultant, and it's an honor for me to be the waymaker of Italy team that takes care and works on health pillar projects. Sustainability is the underlying theme of our projects in Italy, and this concept in health means that now it's very important to start to raise awareness and disseminate knowledge on individual good practices to help as many people as possible to make more informed choices bearing in mind sustainability and waste. In today's world, nutrition plays an influential role in human life. Food education promotes awareness of choice in view of a relationship with food more ethical. Some statistical data of Food and Agriculture Organization on food waste. Food is produced for 12 billion people. 800 million people suffer from hunger. Every 6 seconds, a child dies of malnutrition. In Italy, we throw away about 2 million tons of foods every year. Only some data. People need to know the impact of food waste on the environment. We can create awareness campaigns in schools and companies with insights on water saving, plastic packaging management, food donation, kitchen of reuse, etc. The role of prevention is fundamental for the health of the people and has a strong economic relevance. We want to collaborate with health professionals in the medical sector who promote prevention, with personal trainers and physical education teachers to promote the correct physical exercise at schools and in corporations. The challenge is the quality of life for us and for future generations. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Francesca.
Okay, thank you, Edgarda. Hello, everybody. My name is Francesca Stanzani. I'm a business coach and welcome in Italy. I'm going to tell you the reason why I joined Female Wheel of Change, and I'm so happy. It mainly concerns my desire to build a concrete place where social needs can be met. I want to be an actress of an innovative and concrete way of acting, creating new collaboration and stimulating the female talent that is in each of us, men and women. I make myself available to Female Wheel of Change to support the transition from the simple and important enhancement of unconscious actions, best practices, to the construction of conscious actions, increasingly oriented toward sustainability. The environment pillar and the concept of waste are linked. With our group, we will support a preventive approach to environmental challenges. The fight against waste and the enhancement of good practices will be our cornerstone. Our mission will be to promote new and creative practices on reuse, on the end of use of materials, on essentiality as approach. So thank you very much and good luck to everybody. Ilaria, it's up to you.
Thank you, Francesca. Good morning to everyone. My name is Ilaria Cavallin. I'm from Rome and I am a lawyer. Today, I would like to talk about the education pillar and sustainability. Nowadays, the environmental problems we are facing are the result of man's overexploitation of natural resources, many of which are used for very short periods. In recent years, the exploitation of these assets and the production of waste have been addressed under the concept of a circular economy. In fact, more sustainable solutions are possible where products are in use for longer periods of time. The goal of circular economy is to extend product lifetime without producing any waste. In other words, it tries to counter the scarcity of resources, waste generation, and global warming. All of us, in our way, can reduce waste, including food waste or energy waste and water waste. This only requires to pay attention to what we do in our daily routines. Female Wave of Change Italy is committed to promote and disseminate the principles of circular economy, sustainability, and waste reduction at all levels. And now let me take the floor to my friend Miguel. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Ilaria. Good morning, world. I'm Miguel Coraggio, an Italian lawyer and webmaker to Female Wave of Change Italy. For the humanity pillar, we propose the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals recommended by the United Nations. And we have a concrete to-do list for people and the planet. Over the years, we have experienced several challenges: inequality between generations, especially for all young people who will not have the same opportunities as their parents, increased enforced migration to more developed countries, territorial disparities in access to services, discrimination against vulnerable people and minorities. So we want to build the future of humanity on the following pillars: to end poverty, to protect the planet, to ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. And we have universal, ambitious, global, indivisible, and interconnected goals aimed to eradicating the poverty, fighting growing inequalities and discrimination, promoting prosperity, sustainability, environmental responsibility, social inclusion, gender equality, and respect for human rights. We will not leave no one behind. All we are asking for is a cross-disciplinary effort, and I am sure that we will achieve all this also thanks to Female Wave of Change. And now I leave the floor to Alessandra.
Sorry. Thank you, Miguel, and ciao, everybody. I am Alessandro Connelly. I am a marketing communication consultant and a business coach. Above all, I am the wave maker in Northern Italy. I live in Milan, as you can see behind me. Why Female Wave of Change? I can have just one answer. One word: effectiveness. Effectiveness is what I found in people, projects, aims, values. And let me say, effectiveness is what I found in all the comments, all the stories you have shared till now in this fantastic convention. Effectiveness, I think, means no more empty words, but real action. And we need real action to make the world change. And the world now needs to change in a good way. So I strictly believe that female wave of change can boost this change And yes, I'm happy to be with this organization. I wish a good job to all of us in every part of everywhere in the world. And let me give the floor to another Italian waymaker, Marianna. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Hi, everybody. I'm Marianna Brogi, coming from Bologna. I'm the wave maker for the center of Italy. Behind me, you can see the last UNESCO World Heritage declared in Bologna this year. 666 arches. People did not waste space to join the top of the hill and build something amazing. That's also what I want to do with the female wave of change. Sustainability means for me reducing pollution, reducing waste of space, time, people, even bytes. I deal indeed with the website optimization and the communication to help women entrepreneurs to join their customers online, saving time, money, and resources. I found my values perfectly mirrored in female wave of change, and I decided to join the Italian team to support them in my city and in my region for a more sustainable Italy. An idea perfectly carried on by the projects we chosen and we will shortly support. You are going to listen what they are about directly from their founders in a few seconds. Let me just tell you, this is the face of the country I want to work and struggle for. And now I give the floor to Silvia.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Silvia. Thank you, Marianna. I'm a mother of 3 and a doula. I lived around the world, but when in 2010 I became a first-time mother, I soon realized how much waste I was producing using disposable items. I started calculating and I reached the conclusion that only with one baby, I use around 6,000 diapers in the first 3 years of their tiny life. I ask you to close your eyes for a second and visualize how would I have, if I would have used disposable diapers, how big would be the mountain of waste that now I have produced, and it would be around 18,000 of those items that if they each weighed around 150 grams, it would be around 3 tons of waste. That will take about 500 years to degrade and be disposed. So it's a huge number. And therefore I founded a cloth diaper library to help us sustain parents and their families to use and to discover these eco-friendly and reusable solutions to help them in their first years of parenthood. So thanks to Female Wave of Change, I really hope to inform more and more families and to raise awareness, not only in Italy, but hopefully all around the globe, to how it's easy to think just changing slightly our way of doing things nowadays, but we can really make a big impact on the world and on the environment. So together with me presenting her project, Erika, and so I hope I gave you an idea on how we can, even one diaper can make a big difference. It's 365 a year that we save only using one cloth diaper, for example. But I'm sure that now you will find even more interesting the project that Erika will present you now.
Hello everyone. Thanks for inviting me. I am Erika. I was born like a stylist. I'm a fashion designer, but then I also study holistic and energetic therapy. So in my project that is called Will, that means wear your light, I put together my study that are so fashion and holistic energetic therapy to create a sustainable, natural and energetic line fashion brand that is Will. I used to dye fabric with plants and with the natural color, and then I also use stones, energetic stones that works in the energy of chakra, and I also use the aromatherapy in my collection. And so my brand is natural because I only use natural fabric, and is also energetic because the energy of the color works together with the energy of the stones and with the energy of the aroma oil. I sell aroma oils with every piece. So is not a fashion brand because I do not want to do massive production, but it is like artisan. So is is only one piece for each kind of dress. Because I work for 15 years in the world of fashion, and I see something that I really don't like, and so I'm trying to change this world of fashion and brings sustainability, naturality, and also a wave of change, a wave of energetic change in what we dress, because it's important that we understand that all we put on our bodies as an energy, and so to become conscious of this can help us to wear our soul, not only to wear our body, because we are not only body, we are also soul, we are energy. And so this is my message, and this is what I'm trying to bring to the world with my project Will. Thank you very much. I left to my Italian friend.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Erica. Thank you, Erica. So we are very proud to support these projects, and we will see with them what they need, the kind of resources, and how Female Wave of Change Italia can help them promote and disseminate this amazing work that they are doing. I'm sorry that one of the pillars was missing, and it's the economy pillar. And of course, companies are very much involved. They in changing the world, in promoting new values, improving employment conditions, equality and respect for the environment, respect for the human beings. And what we are trying to do is really to promote a multidisciplinary approach, a cross-disciplinary approach, where all the pillars are working together in our projects and to support the projects that we have decided to support. And as you have seen, we have all chosen a city or a landscape that is characteristic of our beautiful country. And we want to conclude our presentation with something that characterizes our country too, and the work of women. We will conclude with a video of a choir called Cora. It is a polyphonic ensemble of female voices whose repertoire ranges from Italian traditional songs to songs of Eastern Europe. And they explore specific modes and functions of all these songs, from storyteller songs, work songs, paraliturgical songs, recreational songs, satirical songs, and of course, love songs. And a considerable part of their repertoire is also dedicated to songs that give voice to women's work, their struggles, and their emotions. And many of these repertoires and songs are defined by UNESCO as intangible heritage of humanity. Today's video is part of a cycle called I Germogli di Cora, Cora's Buds, produced by the choir and financed by the regional authority of the region where Rome is located. And it was filmed inside the Tobacco Museum in Pontecorvo, which houses objects, memories, and transformations of local agricultural culture linked to the tobacco plant that traditionally was worked and processed by women. The song is called La Purmessa in dialect, the permit, and it is a song, a recreation song, where a group of women ask permission to sing, because without permission, it is not possible to do so. And they describe a very tall imaginary palace where there is a balcony that would be perfectly suitable for a little prince. And it can only be reached by climbing a very long staircase. But once on the top, the doors and windows of the palace are all firmly closed. So let me put the video on. Sorry. I hope I could. Tell me if you can see the video. Because from here you can see my screen. Can you?
Yes, Paola, we can see your screen.
Okay, and can you see the video now popping up?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So let me thank my team again for the amazing project they are doing. And I would like to thank both Silvia and Erika for being here with us to share with all of you their amazing projects. And thank you very much for having us all here today on this amazing conference.
Paola, all I will say, there are so many things I want to say. Firstly, we have loved the backgrounds from each and every team member. You have really shown, you know, the diversity of Italy. And I'm sure for most of us who've never been to Italy, we can't wait for this pandemic to end so we can travel, come and meet the team and see those beautiful backgrounds. and listening, also hearing about the various wonderful projects that you are all working on. It's really amazing, and I am sure at the next conference in 2022, we look forward to getting an update on how those projects have succeeded and the difference, that they are making. And to Sylvia, I grew up on cotton nappies. So if you want to know the name and brand, just contact us and we'll send you the name and brand of these cotton nappies. We still have them being sold, in South Africa. And I hear you in terms of, the nappies and the number of nappies, that people are having, and all the wonderful projects on creating a circular economy, looking at, sustainability and reducing waste. And I think there's a lot that we can be able to do on that. So to the Italian team, on behalf of everybody who has loved your background, loved your energy, loved the teamwork, that you have shared today, I want to say to you, molte bene, grazie. Great, thank you very much. What an awesome afternoon that we're getting into. So, ladies and gentlemen, wow, what a wave. I tell you, I want to stay on this wave. I don't know for how long. My legs and my back are starting to hurt a little, but I am not getting off the surfboard because I still believe that the wave is still going to grow even more as we move into other parts of the world. We are now moving, taking our wave, surfing on it, and going to the country of Slovenia. And I hope as we get to the country of Slovenia, it's not cold today, because from what I've always seen about Slovenia, it's that it's generally, a cold area. So I hope today we can be able to surf. And I want to say to Alenka Strukelj, dober dan. Welcome, Alenka, over to you.
Hello, Tadelo. This is a nice introduction. Yeah, it's quite warm today, so I think it's probably about 25 degrees. And as you said that most of you were not been to Italy, so we are neighboring country. We've been there for many times, so we are glad to be. So, so thank you again. So that I won't be too long. Let me start. So my name is Alenka Strukelj. I am a Female Way of Change ambassador for Slovenia, and I'm also a storytelling coach. So I mostly work with women who want to find their authentic voice, whether for being more clear of who they are or finding their path to their customers, to connect with them more easily. So how it can be better than through stories. So stories, as we saw many times, heal our deeply cut wounds. Telling story can be a catharsis for both the one who is telling it and the one who's listening. But most of all, the stories connect us with others. Through them, we develop understanding and empathy of others. We learn and progress through them, and they also inspire us to change. So, an American writer, educator, and activist, Terry Tempest Williams, in her book, When Women Were Birds, 54 Variations of Voice, beautifully dives into the process of finding her own voice by saying, for many years, I wandered through the desert in search of a narrative that was not mine. I did not feel I belonged there. I was borrowing a landscape until I find my own. And this quote is like I would have written it. I went through that story, and my clients or the women I work with also go through this quite similar story. So it is the story of finding my own voice. So a lot has been said in those 2 days about the importance of the stories we tell. We listen to so many inspiring stories of how they changed the world of individuals and as well as the world, their country. And reflecting back on my personal experience, and also that I work as a professional on the topic, let me, in this short presentation, point out why the stories and us finding our authentic voice through them is so important and valuable. So finding our own voice means that you know who you are at your core, no matter what you're telling it unapologetically. And then you use this voice to speak up and tell the world that you matter, even if you feel otherwise. And it really takes a courage and faith to own this voice. And as we've seen, the narratives that we tell shape our everyday lives. And as we can change the narratives that we tell ourselves, then also we change the new narratives and to enact positive changes in our societies. So powerful stories reminds us that what matters most for any organization or community or a person is the story we tell ourselves. And the most effective way to shake things up is by changing the story. So why is this important right now? Today, at this occasion, as ambassador of Female Way of Change for Slovenia, I'd like to emphasize the topic of women in Slovenia that I came in contact with as a storytelling coach. But I believe that there are many women from all over the world who can relate to these issues as well. So I believe that Slovenia, like most European countries, is an area where girls and women are the safest and closest to equality with men. We have free access to education, health and social services. Most women are also employed, and we have one of the lowest discrepancies between the wages regarding the sex. Thus, we might be seen as privileged from the perspective of the most of the world, but we still face obstacles which prevent us to speak from our authentic voice, and sometimes even more in the areas where we need we deny ourselves for the right to speak out. We often stay quiet and doubt ourselves. The fact is that this achieved academic, economic, political, and social equality of women with men still differs from the actual one. In Slovenia, we might be satisfied in those areas, while others can still be a cause of concern. Many women are still facing from stereotypes that should no longer exist. They continue to live in fear of sexual harassment, abuse of power, or of wars, even violence at home, at work, in schools, or on the streets. And many of these are also linked to the narratives that we tell ourselves. As a story coach, I can hear lots of stories from women of Slovenia from all backgrounds, how they sacrifice their dreams and goals to follow non-written social rules and expectations, that they are primarily mothers and partners and only later entrepreneurs and employees, which results that by the time they should reach their full potential, they spend most of the time juggling between building a career and caring for their families. And on the path of helping others to fulfill their dreams, they lose their self completely. They stop dreaming and stop growing. So in order to feel equal to men, a lot of women also believe that they need to act perfectly in every of many roles they play in life. It's not only that society expects us to be flawless mothers, flawless businesswomen, flawless partners, sisters, and daughters, we demand that perfection also from ourselves, perhaps even more. So why do we want to talk about it? Because the pandemics, this became even more obvious. Women were the ones who are most cases demanded job from home. So when the kindergartens and schools were closed, they even more conflicts between their work and private life emerged, especially with the mothers of young children. They also needed to make more commitments related to educating children. So they got another role that they need to play perfectly, a role of flawless teacher. They were not only torn between work and increased responsibilities at home, but they also felt additional shame and guilt of being torn between their jobs and their families, especially for not being present in any of their roles, not as mothers, not as wives, not as employees. Women also more frequently lost their jobs during pandemics, which pushed them back into domestic area even more. So this situation deepened the gender gap in the labor market and opened many questions that will become challenges in the future, including the impact of the amount of pensions that women will receive. So, on the other hand, most of these women, also the women who did not have the obligations at home, so either they are single mothers or they don't have children, they felt more obliged to be available to the employer at the time. And even in their free time, and even during their vacation. So otherwise, they were afraid that they will lose jobs, and with it, social and financial security. And also the overload of, they also got this feeling of overload in the workplace, so burnout, depression, and also the feeling of being left out. So many women are thus the opinion that the pandemic, in addition to these major changes that were present in their daily lives, has also a negative impact on the development of their careers, not only in the short time during the pandemic, but also in the long term. A lot of women during the pandemic that started to wonder if they still want to progress in their jobs at all. Some of them may even want to consider to change their jobs completely, or they even want to end their current careers. They are thinking of starting something totally new that might be maybe closer to their hearts and desires, but not so demanding. But they would be easily juggling between their roles as mothers, partners, experts. But when they are starting to think about this new career, many self-doubts and fears crept in their story. So the story of not being good enough, the story of being too old because they are women in their 40s. Maybe that they are not experienced enough, they don't have the right certificates, the education. There's also the fear of failure, the fear of shame of what might people think if they start something unexpected. And sometimes just questions like, what do I want and what do I like, seem too frightening to them. So working with them, I saw that what these women mostly needed to hear is just to be able to speak with their authentic voice was just 5 simple sentences. So be unafraid of being alone. walk your own path, get to know your voice without judgment, be honest with yourself, and act upon your creative calling. So it's easy to say that, but it works a lot to go over these fears and limiting beliefs. But claiming their ownership over their story help them regain their new power, self-worth, and courage to live in their authentic truth. And that opened them to new paths which they long thought that they were that would never emerge. So through sharing their story, many of them find their new calling, a new job, and are now satisfied in it. And not only that, with sharing their stories through books and talks in the family, friends, community, they also start another momentum going. When they change, this change didn't affect only them, but also others started to listening and speaking, and they wanted to change as well. So as we've seen in those 2 days, when you lead others with your true hearts, kindness, compassion, and the truth, others will always follow. Your life is not only about the perfection or destination, so you need to lead from where you are. Let others be inspired by this process. Grow into a person you want to be and invite others to this beautiful journey. Everything starts with us, and everything starts with the first step. So if I may ask a question, what would be your first step? Thank you.
Wow, amazing, Alenka. And I think that is a critical question that you are asking in terms of, as change makers, what are our first steps? Because these steps don't have to be major steps in terms of what you've shared. They really are not big steps, that require lots of, funds and resources. It's just taking out of who you are and what you're able to provide onto the next person. I just want to check, is Gabriela also joining? Hello, Gabriela, over to you.
Thank you, Pivelo. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers, everybody that collaborates with this conference, because it's such a beautiful event that most of all brings this feeling that we so much lack, which is this togetherness feeling, the sharing of everything that goes in our hearts. So it's so powerful and beautiful to see this. I'm overwhelmed. Alenka, your words were also very much amazing. And I will talk about something that is very connected to my activity as a consultant, a breath coach, and I set up to talk about the mind and the body connection that somehow relates to almost everything that is being said these days and in this conference. So the separation between the mind and the body does not exist, as we know, as our mind is part of our body and our body is part of our mind. Through our mind, we do experience the world, and we handle also our emotions. And we know that there are, these hormones, neurotransmitters, the physical messengers that bring all this information to our brains and help us deal with everything that is around us. Interventions like meditation and mindfulness, which are things with which I deal, not only make us feel better, as they actually influence key aspects of our biology. In meditation, we disconnect from the forms and from our world, the material world that we deal with every day, And it is by bringing these interventions to our daily and our personal life that we can also bring the peace we so much need, we so much eager, because the peace comes and is within ourselves. And this is, I think, very much related to all these that we are talking about, of bringing peace to the world and starting in ourselves. We can train our mind, you know, it's meditation is a very powerful tool for us to train our mind, for the mind not to tell us what to do, but for us to tell the mind what to do, and therefore becoming powerful and strong and create ourselves. Everybody must meditate to bring their self in, and living mindfully at all times will bring that peace that we so much need and will help us bringing the purpose of living. And we live in collaboration in our body. There are millions of other cells in our own intestines. There are millions of other living beings, showing us that we are never alone. We are not depending only on ourselves. We depend on each other, and we should collaborate in our own life to bring that peace we so much eager. And the suggestion I always give is to follow our co-inhabitants in this planet Earth. You know, there are some of our co-inhabitants that do live in a very tight collaboration. Without that collaboration, they are not supposed to be living. And some of these beings are the penguins, you know, that they live in this harsh environment where there is a lot of cold. And because there is always one that is more fit to care for the others and to help the others, he comes outside where all the cold is, and he protects this not so fit penguin that cannot survive. You know, and after some months, that one that was not so fit becomes fitter and will protect the one that was before the helper. And I think this is our biggest lesson. If we manage to follow the penguins, I think we'll be very well off. So thank you very much. And once again, congratulations to put this together. This is very much needed, very much beautiful. Thank you.
Tanya?
I'm crying. Thank you, Tebello. I wanted to be powerful, but that's my power. I'm being totally moved and touched by our Slovenian wave. I knew they were powerful, but it just blew me away. So I'm barely catching up to balance on it. No, really. Well, I know them, right, from before, not just within female... definitely cried. Not just within female wave of change, but just inspired by them every time we're together and what we do individually. And when we come together, I always just feel so much potential. And I'm so happy that from wonderful Italy and wave that was just powerful splash from Slovenian hearts, because they were nervous. Is this good enough? Again, very Slovenian characteristic. Is this powerful enough? Is it something that everyone will be talking about? Will I repeat myself? Is it stupid? Can you help me out? And can you just go out, be relaxed and make fun and give yourself out there? So they gave themselves, and they still have so much to give. I would just encourage, I don't know, learn from them. So we have a new wave maker here as well, Sasha, also amazing. And one thing that came at the end of Slovenian event, she said, I'm not a good public speaker. I still need to be better at. I said, well, you're going to swim a lot here. So you're awesome at it. Just bring yourself there. And I learn also a lot from men in my work and life in general, but they say, you know, it's not enough to show up. You need to show up, but then it makes a difference how you show up. And often they are there. We are afraid how we do it, right? But they are there and they are doing it. And we are questioning ourselves still. So huge thank and grateful, really, very much grateful that I'm part of Slovenian team. And so I don't know, I cannot find the word. Then I'm so happy that Slovenian team is now led by Alenka, because she's very much present in Slovenia with women in Slovenia, seeing their hearts. And that's why I just thought that she's the perfect for this role when I decided that I'll take the other role. For the institution, to lead the institution that came the way from Female Wave of Change to me and speak up, okay, let's do something bigger here in Slovenia, and the right response for it. But for Alenka, all the best. You are super powerful. Take the lead further. And I don't know, you have to make a transition to another wave with the help of the Bello. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. All I'm going to say to the Slovenian team, hvala. Thank you so much.
So there's another one. We often respond when anyone say anything in Slovenian, because it's only 2 million people nation. Oh, hvala, 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 we love you, we love you. So that's another one that it's awesome. Have the response. So thank you very much, Bella.
No, awesome, awesome. And to all the new members in the Slovenian team, you are gonna enjoy this wave. Some days the wave is gonna overcome you. Some days you're gonna realize, hey, I have to lift my head and overcome this wave. But it's an experience and an emotion and a process that is just amazing. You have heard, you know, from the presentations that we've received so far. I mean, the beautiful work that is being done in the various countries. It's just been awesome, awesome, awesome up to this point. And before we move on to the next part of our session, I just want to say this brings me to the end of my facilitation and moderation for today's session. As I'm going to prepare to be with the South Africa team in the afternoon, I want to thank you all for your positive energy that I have felt from wherever you are in the world, all the way from Australia to Sri Lanka, to Indonesia, to all the different parts of the world, to Europe that we have been to, you know, to Pakistan. I can't even remember all of these countries. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. My voice is starting to complain as well. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be with you up to this point. Let us continue to grow this wave of change across the world. Many more women, many more young boys and girls would love to hear from us. Let us go out there and show them that, you know, the kind of world that we would like to live for them to live in, the kind of world when they think back about each and every one of us that is here, they will be able to say, I was glad that that particular individual was in my family because they have you know, created a different future for me, and a future that I feel that I belong in, a future that helps me to dare to dream, a future that is inclusive, a future that allows me to be who I am, a future that allows me to tell my story without feeling any shame or feeling bad about it. So it's really, really been an honor. And I know that Tato is going to do a wonderful job, you know, for the rest of the day. As you will see me again with the South Africa team just now, but Tato will take us through, because now we're done with this part of the world and we'll be going into Africa and completing it, you know, in the Northern America part of the world. I hope that your core is still as strong, your thighs are not bending as much as mine are bending, and you're still able to stand on this surf until we conclude, you know, the day today. So at this point, I would like to hand over to Matesha Bobek, and Matesha will take us through some relaxing sound bath. Matesha, are you ready for us?
Thank you so much. Yes, I am ready. So I really wish you a wonderful experience of deep relaxation with the gong. So bringing your body and spirit in the harmony. So we will start. It's time you place yourself comfortably wherever you are. Gently Close your eyes and gently slow down your breathing. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly to the end. Relax your bodily parts step by step, one after another. Relax your head of the surface. Relax your neck, your shoulders. Relax your arms and hands all the way to the fingers. Relax your chest on the surface of your chair. Relax your stomach and your belly. Relax your pelvis and your hips. Relax your legs all the way down to your toes. Relax your spine on the surface. Now you are fully relaxed, lightweight, and open to the beneficent influence of the sound on all the being of your existence. you will slowly and gently wake up and come back. Feel your body, your legs, your pelvis and your hips, your belly, your stomach, your chest, your shoulders, your arms, your necks, head, and your spine. Become aware of your heartbeat, your breathing, and the space where you are. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Take your time to open your eyes back. And welcome back into here and now. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful, wonderful day.
Wow, thank you so much, Mateja. I could listen to that sound the entire day. There was a point where I was scared I was going to fall asleep. And then I said, I can't afford to fall asleep because I'm facilitating from now on. But it was so soothing and relaxing. So while we get into this part of the program, I want to thank Debello for really a sterling job in facilitating the first part of today. Thank you for holding us, and thank you for those amazing connections in between the speakers. So just to bring everybody back, I know we're all feeling sleepy from that beautiful soothing music. One word right now on the chat box about how you are feeling. One word. Not more, just one word right now. Don't think about it. Whatever that you are feeling, whatever that comes to your mind, just put it on the chat. How are you feeling in this very moment? Let's go. Peaceful. Thank you, Stephanie. Calm. Connected, energized, relaxed, alive, peaceful. I see a lot of repeat words. Relaxed, peaceful, alive, energized. Beautiful. Thank you. So I hope that your sailing boats are still strong, because we are riding this wave still. So there's a lot of energized and peaceful and relaxed. Sleepy, Anastasia, I know what you mean. You have to wake up because the wave is moving, and it's moving at a very rapid pace. So now the wave is actually moving to the Netherlands, and it's exciting really that we're moving to the Netherlands. One interesting thing, or two interesting things that you may or may not know about the Netherlands is that firstly, it is one of the happiest countries in the world. Did you know that? I certainly want to live in Netherlands after finding this out. So every year the United Nations release the World Happiness Report, which surveys the state of global happiness. And the Netherlands has ranked 5th in the world for the happiest country in the 2019 report. Apparently, Netherlands has consistently found its way in the top 10 since the report's original publication in 2012. So one thing about Netherlands, now I see why, England. And then apparently Dutchmen are the tallest in the world. Now, I'm not sure how true that is, but I find it very interesting fact. So with that, the Netherlands, let's hear from you.
So thank you so much, and what a wonderful introduction here, Dato. Thank you. Hi, everyone around the globe. So happy to be here. My name is Margriet van der Oort, and I'm representing Female Wave of Change, the Netherlands. The wave makers in the Netherlands are here as well. You might recognize them by our virtual background, who was made especially for today. So today we would like to share with you what change means for us, where it starts, what inspires us, and also which lessons we take from the heart. We have been reflecting on how to move into the future, and we will show this on video, and we hope you will be inspired by it. But before we will start, I would like to introduce some Dutch children to you. We will have also a short video with the Dutch children, and they are so wise. It seems at young age, from 7 till 18, the children in this video, they are aware that hatred and violence give birth to more hatred and violence, but that love gives rise to more love, and that there is a choice. So please have a look and be touched by their contribution. Marina is our technical lady today, and she will start the video. Marina, can I ask you to start the video of the Dutch children, please?
Hi, Margaret. We just want to put on the sound, maybe. There's no sound for this video. Maybe let's start again with the sound on.
Okay. Marina, can you please manage the technical part with the sound as well?
Marina, the sound is still not on. Is it meant to have sound?
Yes, and I hear it, and you don't hear it.
We can't hear it, yeah.
No one?
Margaret, can you hear the sound just to make sure that it's not me?
We cannot hear this.
Okay. Maybe take off your headphone, maybe.
Let me try. Can you hear me now?
Marina, we can hear you.
Okay, let's try video. Can you hear video?
No, the video has no sound.
Marina.
Like this, hè?
Hi, Marina.
Yes. It's there.
Ik zie echt tranen in mijn ogen. Het is toch fantastisch, die kinderen.
When I just want some peace and a quiet environment, I can, take a step back, get into nature, and that also really inspires me because you're just one with nature, and that is inspiring to me.
I think my family and my teachers, because I'm pretty ambitious with my future plans.
Knutselen, vooral tekenen en vooral creatief zijn. And also cuddling with my mommy. That gives me
well, when it comes to creating a better world, I get inspired by children because it makes me think, what would I want different for them in the future? I hope people will start to care more about the environment, and that we all start to love ourselves a little bit more too, because I think that's very important.
A world with no fighting.
I think in my ideal world, no one would own as much money or as little money as some people do today. I would wish everything to be a bit more equal, less high tops and low lows, because we want to create a future for other people and not only ourselves. So we should be a little less selfish.
Dat iedereen gelijk is, maar ook weer niet tegelijk. Wat ik daarmee bedoel is eigenlijk dat iedereen kan leren.
Ik zou het heel fijn vinden als iedereen gelijk aan geld heeft. En dat hij het ook dat het eerlijk wordt verdeeld, het geld.
My ideal world would be that people can be themselves, that there are no stereotypes.
In my ideal world, there would be more peace and less violence. And I think acceptance is important. A better world starts with being more open-minded, I think.
A better world starts with kindness and respect.
Dat je meteen gaat nadenken in plaats van meteen doen.
Een betere wereld begint met?
Liefde en respect. Als er geen liefde is, dan is niemand blij.
A better world starts with empathy.
I think a better world starts with happiness and kindness, but also not too kind, and you have to be yourself. A better world starts with peace.
I also think in the ideal world, everyone would advocate for someone else, if that makes sense. Because advocating for someone else's point of view does not exclude your own values.
Really listening to each other. Your personal experience should always be heard. And I think that's, I mean, obviously statistics speak for itself, but personal experience is just as important.
Hi, I'm Tessa. I'm 17 years old.
I am Brit. I am 16.
Ik ben Camilo en ik ben 10 jaar oud.
Ik ben Magali en ik ben 8 jaar oud.
I'm Fien. I'm also 17 years old.
I am Sophia and I am 7 years old. I'm William and I'm 10 years old.
I'm Yara and I'm 18 years old.
Enjoy your evening. Thank you very much and looking forward to meeting again.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dank jullie wel, thanks. Leuke kids, hè?
Wauw. Ik had echt van Fien echt tranen in mijn ogen.
Hoe begin je?
Wauw.
Ja.
Mooi hè, Stef? Oh, wat fijn. Zo fijn dat we dit kunnen doen. Thank you so much, Marina. Those children, they touched our hearts and hopefully they touched your heart as well. We really want to embrace this future generation of leaders in our practice in the Netherlands. And well, maybe in the future we will have some more of what is important to them to share with you. Before we go to the video of the Dutch team with the wave makers, let me give you a short introduction to start with. The team in the Netherlands is an international team with very diverse background. You can think of age and countries and education, mixed cultures, gender. Most of us live in the Netherlands, but not everybody. And change for us means, first of all, finding ways ourselves to collaborate in diversity, to first become conscious of differences and finding ways to be truly inclusive, learning about the challenges and also about the abundance it brings, to embody the process and bring those fruits, bring the awareness into the world. And after the video that we will show you, we would like to interact with you a little bit if we have time. We have some compelling questions to ask, so please stay tuned after the presentation of the Dutch team. Marina, can I invite you to start the other video, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm inspired by learning new things, and discovering the mysteries of being human and being on this earth. So I'm inspired by people, by how they behave, what they feel like, what they do. Yeah, and learn about that and discover more and more about that.
Be here and now and feel what is important.
For me, that life lesson to meditate and to love yourself and to pause in order to grow is really important.
And we have the choice. So you can either live and please your fear and be safe, or you can really live towards love and connectedness and really make a difference in the world.
Everything is a cycle. And you can have the high and not have the low. And a coin has a head, it has a tail. And you have to go low before you go high. So accepting that and knowing that and living that, that's my major lesson in life so far.
Because nobody's perfect. Your imperfection makes you perfect. And that was a lesson that took me a long time to learn. My major life lesson has been that I'm not responsible for someone else's happiness. That was a big lesson.
Trust your intuition. Trust the love that's here. Yeah.
Love yourself as your best friend.
Be patient, things will work out. And if they don't, it's a learning session.
My acceptance and the space, like my ear and acceptance, ear coming from listening, understanding, even from the mind perspective, trying to help, maybe even to explain what is happening with them, and also accepting from the heart space. So it's kind of two ways. That's what I can give.
Oh, I think the best I can offer another human being or a being is my presence.
I hope that they realize that we've got the earth on loan and we have to be so careful with it. And I also hope that people will really be respectful towards each other and help each other. That will be the goal rather than power.
I see joy and serenity, and being surrounded by a community of like-minded, like-hearted people, and without trying to achieve anything or any specific goal, but just being there and enjoying life and enjoying each other and keeping learning.
Everywhere, I have a home everywhere and I have family everywhere. And I'm not a stranger anywhere. Everywhere is home, everyone is family.
There is a community, and that we are planting seeds and grow a sustainable life for ourselves and for the group and perhaps for others. But
I would love to see that we care a little bit more for each other, but also care for nature, care for the animals, care for the well-being of ourselves and the planet. And I hope to be in a place where everybody is equal, that there are no minorities anymore, because we're just one big human race.
Thank you so much, Marina, for being our technical leading lady this afternoon. I don't know. It's beyond. It's almost beyond words. But being with this amazing group of people is so joyful. It's just a delight to get to know each other, to learn and to grow with each other, and to really understand what it takes to have this unconditional, unconditional love to be able to shape the future together in ways that doesn't do harm. So now we shared our videos with you. We have some time left for interaction, I think. And while we all are genetically so similar, being humans around the globe, but we're also so very unique. There is only one of your kind, right? So we would love to hear your response to some of the questions we have been reflecting on ourselves. And maybe we can share, maybe you want to share with us so we can learn from each other and hear online with each other. Please share in the chat your answer to some of these questions. I have to say, I'm still a little emotional about seeing us online. But let me start. Of course, the first question would be: a better world starts with. Would you like to share in the chat what it means for you? A better world starts with. Oh, I don't see any responses yet. Okay, there they're coming. Each of us showing up as our best authentic self. Better world starts with attitude, my attitude. Beautiful. Compassion, affection, with recognition of each other. Better world starts with everyone. And with patience. Wow. Ingun, will all of this be recorded as well? Also the chats? Wow, look at it, seeing coming, humanity in action, humility, kindness, unconditional love. How beautiful. Giving caring space to each one. Everyone needs a different space. How beautiful. So I'm not sure if we are all co-hosts of the Dutch team, because some of us had prepared a question themselves. So Cecile, can you ask a question? No, you can't. You have no voice. You have been singing. Okay, so Cecile is not able to ask her question, dear friends. Stephanie, are you able to ask your question? Yes, please do so. Do so.
I've had a few moments to come back. I mean, I've seen this video before, and I'm still, touched every time. So my question is. So my question is to you all, what would your inner talk sound like if you spoke to yourself as you do with your best friend? So what would it sound like when you speak to yourself as your best friend? Okay. loving, sweet. You are beautiful, inspiring, and loving individual. Caring, much more positive. I so like you very much. I would be kind and accepting, always thinking of others. Take a rest in bold letters, yes. Compassionate and non-judgmental, you're worth it, gentle and kind, confirming. Thank you, you are enough. This is so beautiful. And why don't we do it more often than just today? Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for that question, Stephanie. So inspiring. So Fisayo is here, Eldina is here. Eldina, your camera is not on yet. Jobs is here. Yes, your camera is on. Great. Jobs, do you have a question for us?
Yeah, my question would be, what do you value most in your life? I can see my family and my breath, self, my mission, children, mental health. Grateful for my freedom of choice. The many supportive, loving people who have helped me become who I'm still becoming. Health and children. Kindness. Social connection. Maybe not surprisingly, but still I'm very grateful. No one says my car or my big house or whatever. So at least we are aligned.
Thank you, Jobs. Wonderful. So we have a couple of more minutes. Aldina, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, I hope you recognize me even without the Netherlands background. I didn't want to mess it up. Yes, my question is, if you believe that you're okay and that the world is a good place, who would you be and what would you do? Difficult question. Who would you be and what would you do? Or who are you and what are you doing? Maybe it's a better phrase for us. I can't see any comments.
Not yet, dear. They have. We need to think about this question, right?
Yeah, it's a reflection. Yeah, that's true. Unseen protector for all. Yeah. I would be myself, striving to do even more. Trying my best to make a difference to the world, to Mother Earth. Truest expression of myself, guided by God. Yeah, beautiful answers. I would be more courageous. Yeah. Beaming with joy. Steward of the resources at my disposal and make the world better. More helpful. Yeah, we get so beautiful answers. Myself and the ability to touch the lives of widows positively, give them peace and love and hope. Yeah. Thank you. Listen, knowing of my worth and believing in myself. Learn to leave the past behind and be more focused to a brighter future. I really hope that we're getting there. Do you want to take over, Margriet?
Yes, thank you, Aldina. Deep, beautiful, deep answers to your question, right? Yeah.
Really lovely.
Yeah. So, Fisayo, would you like to ask a question, or would you like to skip this one?
Aldina asked my question, so I'm fine.
Good. Marina?
What is love to you?
Beautiful question there. Thanks.
The question is, what is love to you?
What love means to you, huh?
What does it mean? Kindness, acceptance, something to give a lot, welcoming, the reason for being, unconditional acceptance of who I am, loving without conditions, feeling the warmth, security, tolerance, comforting.
Well, thank you, Marina.
Openness and doing good deeds.
Beautiful, huh? So I'd like to end, dear friends, with one last question. What does your ideal world look like? Wow. Amazing, amazing. Thank you. So, Ingun, we like to thank you for giving the space for so much voices today to be heard, to be seen. It's really, really wonderful. Thank you. And everybody online at this moment, the movie maker, the filmmaker of the two movies, Steph, the person with the hat, he couldn't be here today, but if you liked his work, please do an icon in as a reaction. He will see it later in the recording, so he will be included in our joy and in our gathering as well. I would love to see your reaction. So I see a thumb for Steph for the video. Thank you, Bonnie. And a heart. Brilliant, Steph. Pernilla says brilliant, Steph. Thank you, Pernilla. He really would appreciate it, I think. We loved being here and presenting ourselves today very much. So thank you for being with us. Back to you, Tato. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Margriet. The authenticity from the Netherlands team, I really loved it. How amazing are the Dutch kids? Oh, I think we all felt that love, that pureness, and that, so that happiness that we spoke about. I think we attested to that when we said that, the Netherlands is one of the happiest countries. So we've attested to that. Closing and wrapping up the Netherlands team is Ingun Bol. Ingun, over to you.
Well, I'm officially not part of the Netherlands team, but of course I would like to. But you know, the thing is, when an organization like Female Wave of Change starts in the Netherlands, and you start up all the other countries, then you feel like, come on, we need an ambassador in the Netherlands. And believe me, we have been looking for one for many years, and we just couldn't find the one who was up to it to really make that happen in this country until we connected with Margreet. And you know, there was someone before that, and that is always, there's more than someone before that, but just couldn't live up to the expectations. And then Margreet came, and we felt that immediately she was doing magic. So, you know, the Dutch ambassadors, board members, Circle of Wise Women, they wanted to be there, but they did not get an invitation. So I've been begging for it, you know, because I really felt that there was something really special happening. So finally, at the I received an invitation last weekend to join them on Thursday evening. And, you know, it is not just now that something special is going on. It was that evening as well. And it was so special. And Margreet, I can so understand that you are emotional for what is happening, because so am I. And the thing is, this team really breeds Female Wave of Change, although it's a very diverse team, and that's good, because the Netherlands, we are a diverse community, so that is really great. But and there are more countries, of course, that breed Female Wave of Change. I'm really proud of that, to see that happen. But you know, as organization starting in the Netherlands, and to see this developing right now here, that is really fantastic. It's a great team. It is warm, it is compassionate, there's empathy, there's emotions. You know, this is what you really want to see. So congratulations on this. And I think, and Renee can speak with this, as she absolutely agrees with me. We have been looking for something like this to happen for the last 4.5 years. So we're really happy. And yes, when the next time you do come together, then we really want to join you. Yeah. So thank you again, Margreet, for all the work that you've done, and the team as well, and the wonderful videos. I just love them. So I hope we can share them as soon as possible, also on the social media platforms.
Thank you, Ingun, and really well done to the Netherlands team. It's amazing the work that you do, touching humanity in such a special way. And, you know, we could see, as I said, the authenticity in that video. I think we can all relate to it, because it is speaking to us as humans. You know, it's meeting us where we are. And I think that's one thing that brings us all together, because we are, and, you know, one word that came out of your video is that we are one big human race. And I think we saw that come through in your video, in the questions that you just asked now. I mean, these are very beautiful questions that you asked that help us to stop and think about, who am I really, who really I am, and what is it, the stuff that I want to live by and be, you know, in the world. Because we do a lot of do, and we seldom stop and want to be. How do I want to show up, and how do I want to experience myself and others to experience me in the world? So thank you very much, Netherlands team. The wave is now, I hope you're riding along and you're sitting tight. The wave is now moving to Turkey. And Turkey team is going to talk to us about the story of a small business from a small town. Two interesting facts about Turkey that you may or may not know is that the story of Santa Claus actually originated in Turkey. Did you know? And another fact is that Istanbul is the only city built on 2 continents. So next time, you know, kids are talking about Santa Claus, and expecting gifts from Santa, and, you know, putting their little wish list for Santa, then we know where Santa originated from. So I'm going to invite the Female Wave of Change wave maker from Turkey, Konsu Mutlakin, to tell us more about the story of a small business from a small town. Over to you, Konku.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Like, it just makes me smile because the Santa Claus, the location that it's originated is so close to my hometown and we visit it regularly. So it just put an extra smile on my face. And let me introduce myself shortly. I'm Joshku. I've been part of Female Wave of Change for a while. I was also involved in Women Leading in Change program, which had huge impact in my life, especially I had it in the start of my career. So it directed me to a different path that I took. And also I wanted to start by saying thank you to all of you, because in my hometown we had a natural disaster, a big fire last month, and I felt I have received so much support from Female Wave of Change members approaching me individually, and I felt like, you know, I didn't feel alone here. I felt a huge global support. So thank you for all of that. And just the things we were talking about in previous sessions, like how we are connected, how we are one big family and supporting each other. I truly felt that. So thank you for that. And the story of the small business from a small town is connected to my story too. So I will be talking about a bit of myself and family and how the things got connected for me to build this small business in my hometown. So shortly talking about myself, like I'm 26 years old and I have been, I'm an industrial engineer. And if you don't know about Turkey so much, quickly I can say that Turkey is located between like both in Europe and Asia, and it's a mixture of cultures. And I was lucky enough to born in one of the most modern cities in Turkey. But here you can see big cultural difference between cities or even between neighborhoods in big cities like Istanbul. So I was lucky enough to born in one of the modern cities where all the girls go to school, we have proper education. And I was also raised by a single mom. So as a role model, like having such role model, I brought up in a way that a woman can do anything a man can. So that was how I was raised. And I left my hometown in an early age, around 13 years old, to go to a science high school. And then I moved to university, etc. So I was always surrounded by women in tech around me for years. But when the corona happened, my company stopped working from the office, as many companies did. And after 13 years, I came back to my hometown for a long time of period, because before that I always visited my family during the weekends, or maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, but not for a year. And when I came back, I reconnected with my cousins, with my aunts. I will share their pictures quickly. Can you see my screen right now? Perfect. Let me do this. So this is my family. Like in these pictures, you can see my aunts and cousins and all the women in our family, actually. So I reconnected with them, and I was so surprised, because I thought, like, even though we come from a modern city and with a modern family, they put so much barriers to themselves. Like they are university graduates because their family supported them, but they felt so scared to work, even though the circumstances allowed them to work and have a job. But psychologically, they did not feel secure about it. And everybody in this picture are like, except me, are married, and they were like, even though their husbands supported it, like they still feel so scared to do something. And like that was something I did not realize before I moved back to my hometown, because you know, when you're working in a technological company, you always think like the women in my hometown do not work because they have some active pressure, maybe from their husbands or maybe from their fathers. This is how I pictured it before. But when I actually come back here and see that this there is a deeper problem than that. You know, there is a deeper problem that women do not feel secure to work, even though they do not have an active pressure. So I started to communicate with them even more, and I realized that this pressure makes them so dependent in life that they cannot do the things they want to do. And if, like, to make it more clear to you, I realized that they don't even have an own bank account for themselves. So imagine you don't have the most like basic needs to be an independent person. It's having your own bank account, because if you want to move out or maybe something happens, you want to get a divorce, like having no financial stability and no financial control over what they have, even without a bank account. I was so surprised, and I felt like, okay, I need to do something. And they're amazing women you see in this picture, and they have so many talents. And I started to suggest them, you know, some of them are the cousin you see with the white shirt on the picture. She is such an amazing cook. And I started to suggest her, what if you make cakes at home and sell it? And then I realized that they are so scared of using social platforms, like opening an account for their bakery. It scares them. Or they also do really good at knitting and sculpturing and stuff. And I also suggested them. And then I realized that if you want to start a business, you have to take a small financial risk. And if for a small business, it can be maybe 50 euros or 40 euros, a small amount, but that amount is so risky for them that makes them scared, because they don't even have a financial control over such small amount of money. Then I thought, like, okay, maybe here we have a culture that when you try to find a solution, you should always start by your small surroundings, and you like the circle gets larger and larger. So I thought, like, okay, maybe we create a platform for them to make something without a financial risk and without having to deal with customer relations or posting on Instagram or cargo. You know, everything is already pre-prepared for them, and they just need to do the art part of it, you know, crafty part of it. And they really liked the idea. They were like, okay, this is something we can do, because this does not put us in any risk in financial way. This is something they do not need to kind of report to a man in their family, because otherwise, like, if they take any risk, they kind of need to inform them with every decision they do. And then we founded a jewelry small business called Likia Art, and we wanted it to connect with our hometown. And Likia is an antique small town in our home. So we wanted to have a connection with it, and we wanted to choose like symbols from this town. So the jewelry we make is either represents sea, because this is a seaside town, like sea, forest, earth. So we kind of choose that type of versions of jewelry. So we started to do it at home. And it's been almost 5 to 6 months already. And I realized that, like, I see their face when they first earned their own money, and they did not need to report anyone about that money, because this is something they earned by themselves. And I started to see the drastic change that it gave them so much confidence, even though it's such a small thing. You know, it's basically a homemade jewelry that you make in your own oven, but as a small step made them feel way more stronger and they started to feel more independent. And after I shared my idea with Renee a couple months ago, my cousins started to get more courageous too, and they now they are doing different things else than this small business. They found it more options for them to earn their own money and taking risks. So that's how I wanted to share this, because I felt like before COVID happened and I came back to my hometown, I felt like I was in a bubble with my surroundings in Istanbul, working in a technological company and thinking the changes I always thought like the changes I had to do should be a major one, because otherwise it's not worth to try. But coming back to a small town with COVID and seeing that actually my own family is struggling with problems when I'm trying to find a big solution for the world. I should start with my own family and with my own small circle, and every step makes us so happy. So even though this is not a huge major change, it started to change this two ladies' life, and then they will spread it to their kids, because both of them are mom of daughters, so they both have daughters, so their daughters in the future will be more courageous to step into working life too. So this was like our story from a small jewelry business, and how I realized that one small step is making a big change in their life. So I really wanted to share with it, and I can accept any questions if you have, and we'll stop sharing my screen. Oh, did I stop it?
Thank you, Kosku. Thank you so much. That was really inspiring. I'm looking at the chat box to see if there are any questions. So far, I'm only seeing beautiful, amazing comments. So all I can say is, and I'm going to go through some of the comments, women are really industrious, and I think we can all attest to that. Women are really industrious, and well done to you, Kosku, for exercising your authentic feminine leadership in your own family. Like we always say, charity begins at home, and you gave them hope, and you gave them the platform to be confident, and you inspired them, and you held their hands, and you made it possible for them. So well done to you, and this is exactly what we want. We're not saying, there's go on a big platform out there. It really starts, as you said, a small step. It makes that change. So, and these are beautiful jewelry. Really, I'm going to follow that Instagram page as well, because I really, really love them. I'm just going to go through some of these beautiful chats. One step at a time, financial emancipation for women, very good for every woman's psychological well-being. Stories matters. Thank you so much for sharing. It's a beautiful, well-shared story. Kosku, I've followed your Instagram page. Continue, watch your passion grow. Great job. Thank you for sharing this story. So it's just beautiful that you're sharing this story. Kosku, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about it. I forgot to mention one critical part. So the difference between encouraging them to starting something is having a platform that they did not need to take the risk. So our business model was I provided. It's like, let's say it's a small business, but let's say like as the company owner, I provided the material and I provided the selling platform, the website link, etc. for them, and they made the art part and produce it. And we were thinking, and we were just discussing the other day, this does not only need to be done for jewelry, because there are so many housewives around the Turkey that can do so many things. So we are actually thinking in the future to evolve this platform to something else, and providing maybe the courses to women to learn the crafts, and providing the materials to them, and they ship us back, and we will and they earn by the piece they make by themselves without being scared of its promotions or whether it's going to be sold or not. So we are like in the future, hopefully when it gets bigger, we are planning to change it to something different. And I felt like this is something also can work in many countries because women are feeling pressured and stressed, not only in Turkey, but all around the world. The small town is called Marmaris. I will type it because I know Turkish words are a bit difficult to pronounce. So this was the biggest difference for them. Like they did not take any risk because they couldn't have taken it without any financial independence.
Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you see the opportunity, as you said, the opportunities are endless now. It started so small and now there's like so many opportunity of just scaling it and diversifying it, make it more accessible worldwide. So well done to you. Ingun, I see your hand is up before I hand over to Helen.
Yes, I think I am always, the connector, but Shosko, you really need to talk to Geeta Kapoor in India. She's also, someone who is, starting something small and making it bigger. That is something that I really recognize in your story. She's a serial entrepreneur, but she's also doing things that started small to really help women all over the place. And she's been very successful with that. So Geeta, I don't know if you're still online, but I think it would be great to connect with you. I would love to connect. She already she answered. Okay, that was.
Yeah, I will approach you.
Yes, fantastic story, Shoska. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ingun. This is what Female Wave is all about. The wave is just interconnecting all of us, and we sharing with each other, we drawing from each other, we contributing to one another. So beautiful contribution. Thank you, Ingun. We are now moving. The wave is moving to Cyprus. And I think Helen right now does not need more introduction. We've seen Helen quite a lot. But just two things about Cyprus that you might not know is that it enjoys around 320 days of sunshine a year. So out of the 365 days a year, Cyprus enjoy 320 days of sunshine. How amazing is that? And it is the original island of love. I find that very interesting. I didn't know that about Cyprus. So Helen leading the team there, they're going to be, talking to us about social change and the sexual abuse prevention that wave makers are actually sharing there. So Helen, team, over to you. When you see me coming on screen, that means you have 1 minute to go. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much, everybody. Such a beautiful group of inspiring women and men from around the world presenting today all day. It's been wonderful to be with you. I'm very excited to share with the group the first time the really big passion we have in Cyprus to move on this topic of awareness, re-education, and emotional well-being in our children, because we've decided in Cyprus to put our efforts into becoming wave makers that will make some partial or grand, depending how we go, difference in the way we look at violence, abuse, and sexual violation. And this is really something that was introduced many years ago to me as a psychologist. Obviously, I volunteered in the beginning of my career with Rape Crisis Center, a really amazing place in South Africa, Cape Town. Many of you might know it already. They lobbied actually for the problem of re-victimizing rape survivors by having to tell their stories to male officers or policemen at the front desk of a police station. And they managed to actually pass new laws that required the legal and justice system to provide female counsel or female representation and support from the justice system when women were telling their stories about sexual violation. This was very instrumental in my career as a psychologist because I started to realize that there's complexity to the way that we deal with trauma that many people miss, and people simplify a lot of really serious situations in society because we just don't know how to manage them really well. And Rape Crisis was really working pretty hard to adjust some of the thinking around how to be more careful around trauma and sexual violation, especially when we deal with women telling their story about it. So that was a fundamental moment in my life. I remember I spent 3 years volunteering before I studied psychology even, and it was so instrumental for me that I decided in my career I would make a very conscious effort to do something about sexual abuse in my future as a professional and as a personal person. And what's happened in the run-up since then is that obviously I've worked in many, many ways as a therapist with many men and women who tell their stories. And of course, we discovered earlier today with Viola and Sasha the importance of emotional well-being and how important it is to understand the emotional body in psychotherapy. And really, it gets very damaged when we have violation of any kind, abuse or trauma. So we have a responsibility, all of us, and especially here in Cyprus, we've decided now to take that on seriously, to begin to re-educate parents, specifically also children, institutional, educational environments, about trauma, about abuse, and about the impact of violation. And really in that journey, I came across a project called My Body, which is part of the Global Goodwill Foundation. I'll be showing you a short video about it. And this foundation actually endorses this program run by one of the South African women who's pioneered a really powerful way to begin to re-educate children around body safety. And we don't talk about sexual abuse anymore, we talk about body safety, meaning ways to teach children to have accountability, responsibility, to feel that they have their own right to say no, to protect themselves. And this is part of then a 6-song sing-along re-education process where children learn different songs around how not to keep secrets, how to say no, how to actually become aware of their boundaries. And what they found in the program after teaching over 300,000 children in the United States and around the world, there's over 200 ambassadors right now, is that in fact, this process has helped many communities begin to talk about violation and about abuse. And I welcome all of you, if you're interested, to find out your own country-specific representatives, ambassadors that are working on the project and get involved if it's something you think you would like to support. If you know others who are interested in this area, it's a very well-founded, well-established project that's running around the world already with 200 representatives, as I said. And we are very proud to be starting it in Cyprus. It's been very tough to do it in Cyprus during lockdowns. We haven't really managed to get into schools in front of big groups of kids. There's a lot of legal, administrative, bureaucratic process around talking about body safety and sexual violation to children. There's a lot of need to protect children's rights to who interacts with them about what topics, so it's delicate. And we still persist and pursue on with our 2 wonderful wave makers. One couldn't make it today, but the other one's here. It's Helena Georgiou and Eftichia Gabriel, 2 beautiful women. One is a music educator and the other is a holistic health therapist. And you will hear from Helena herself in a moment, but before we get there, I wanted to just give you the bigger context here of the work in Cyprus, which really began under Women of Truth. And this is how we've created now new wave makers on this topic of sexual abuse prevention and body safety. So if I could share my screen, I'm just going to show you a few pictures of what we've been doing with Women of Truth. And you'll see as I make reference to the work we do here in Cyprus, we actually have various conferences running where we are supporting the professional and personal growth of women. And very much it's my wish to elevate global female leadership to a level where we all learn from the wisdom of women. No longer just women learning from women, a women organization supporting only women, that women are great world leaders and teachers, just as everyone is. So it's really around expanding and developing knowledge, wisdom, and the deeper truth of what we go through as women. We also have ways where we elevate speakers onto stage, both in Europe and onto global platforms. We are very happy and proud to be involved with Female Wave of Change and another 20 partners that I've developed over the years that assist the publicity, the visibility, the platforming, and the paradigm shift thinking that we all need in order to bring more of this woman's wisdom to help heal the planet. And so you can see here, we have a very strong interest in making sure that we are supporting women who feel a deeper calling to be offering their voice to greater social change. And right now, I'm very excited about this new spiritual conference, just to let you know if you're ever interested to take a deeper dive into aligning your personal calling, to elevate your destiny, to work all together as we all are doing already globally, to go deeper into the issues that we're still stuck with as women. Because when we talk about sexual abuse prevention and body safety and re-educating children and educational institutions and adults and parents around what it really takes to bring a child through life safely, we have to visit many different, what I call intergenerational programs, conditionings, teachings that might have been leading us astray as women. We have been victimized, we've been struggling to understand the differences between reality and the myths of female empowerment. We know socially, politically, there's so many things that still need to be moved forward in order for more women to have more power and more impact. And we lobby, we work, we keep devoted, we keep inspiring each other to keep moving forward. So in the light of that, it was becoming very necessary to get deeper into the truth of it. And so this has been the new calling to present a piece of work on what I call the Divine Mother, which is one of the most ancient divine feminine archetypes, that talks really about this very powerful nurturing feminine principle that's always existed throughout time. And it is a force of nature. It is a yin energy. We say in Greek, yin comes from the word, the derivative root word for woman. Yin aletheia is the original name of woman of truth in Greek. And it speaks to this idea that there is a very powerful feminine energy that we need to elevate in the world right now, as we are all doing in Female Wave of Change already. So we're going into some very tough subjects that, interestingly enough, have come out of a lot of work with people in therapy that have been violated, a lot of deep work with women and issues that women still struggle with. So we have topics like the archetype of the Madonna and how it sits in opposition to Magdalena, the pregnant virgin archetype in Jungian psychology. It's a very powerful way to begin to understand the transformational power of a woman, but also the way we get stuck so much in self-abandoning, giving too much, doing too much, being too empathic, going into toxic femininity. So we cover some very tough subjects, like how to heal the wound we have with our mothers. How do we tap into this raw instinctual nature that we have as women? We've been told to behave, to be on our best behavior, to be careful what we say. You know, young women are very confused still about whether they truly can be empowered or whether they still have to get on a next diet and measure up to the competitive voice of Instagram. So there's still a lot of what we call double signals in developing women into powerful beings. And so we visit these subjects in this conference. And Women of Truth then is at the moment devoted into taking a more spiritual stand this year onto this divine feminine leadership idea. And so you can see that the greater context of the work that we're doing is really then to have these bigger conversations about what I have named the divine love in honor of the Divine Mother. Because I conclude all of it by saying this to you, is that in order for women and men, all of us and children of the future, to be able to truly manage some of these darker realities, to process some of the seriously distorted criminal activity, the violation, the struggle that we have, you know, in many rural communities, in many disadvantaged areas, women are suffering tremendously from so much social and gender injustice. And in order to really navigate through this, we do have to have much more honest conversations as women about how to truly protect ourselves and our children, and what we need to do in order to educate communities about safety and sexual responsibility. And this is a big conversation to be having with men as well. So we're including in our seminars parents of all kinds, educators, and we are then busy now in rolling out the My Body project here in Cyprus. Online, we have some webinars, and then we are hoping to get into the schools very soon. So for those of you that have seen us present before or know us in Cyprus at all, you'll know that Helena used to be a client of mine. She is actually, in fact, a sexual abuse survivor that I've worked with, and we've very consciously decided to work as a team in order to support her great mission to break out from secrecy and to lobby for the unsilencing of sexual abuse trauma. And she is a wave maker on the project. And we will hear from her in a moment about her reasons for being involved and her great passion for speaking out against sexual abuse. And she shares her story many times in many ways. As a speaker, she will present in Cyprus next year in May when we have our retreat, mastermind and conference here, and really exemplifies the great work that women do, and men, to heal trauma of this kind. I see that her video might be glitching at the moment, or she might not be able to share with us. So until she's back on screen, I'm going to present the Mind Body project, where you can also hear from Chrissy Sykes a little bit more about how the program works and why it's taken so much acclaim around the world, because in fact the Global Goodwill Foundation has decided to support very specific projects that are world global issues, and one of them is indeed this My Body project. The exciting detail for us is that we started to include the drum. So we're using drumming as a way of symbolizing the body of the drum as my body, that I take care of my drum, I take care of my body. And we started including percussion, translating it into Greek, and then being able to present it in Cyprus. Can you all see the screen? Let me just check if we're good to go.
Not yet, Helen.
Oh, here we go. This should work.
Yeah.
Here we go. So we started off with some projects online about the lockdowns and the different kind of issues that young parents were facing. And then we talked about our team.
We help deal with some very serious issues that are facing young children under the age of 12. So you see our team is consisting of female group. We also speak Transnet, and I am Helen Andrew. We each have very specialized areas of interest and expertise in the topic that we're dealing with tonight, which is how lockdowns have affected young children. And I'm sure you saw the quote earlier, that if you can go back to the previous slide, I'd like to read that quote to you, where it says that, in fact, children have had very specific repercussions from lockdowns. Children's anxiety is increasing. The social isolation and the concerns about the impact of the lockdown on education and relationships is of concern. And we're going to be talking about that topic today. So as we move on, hand over to FWOC, who will talk to us a little bit more about the subject. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everybody. I'm Effie here, and I would like to talk a little bit about the educator's point of view with this whole lockdown and the pandemic. And just for a little while, touch upon a few things that had great impact on us. As an educator, I've worked in countries where there are already in place backup plan. For example, if there's an attack or if there has to be a lockdown in the school, but it was always only for a couple of days, 2-3 days maximum. We would prepare material ahead of time, and the kids wouldn't come to school, but the teachers would go to school, and so on.
So you see that during this time, we've been presenting on many relevant topics due to lockdowns, anxiety that parents were having as we were building up the awareness of the project. And as we continued on, we did a few sample sessions. We can't show those faces of kids without copyright and permission. But we had some drum circles in the parks where we started teaching the songs to kids. And we're going to hear the last few moments now from Helena, who was involved in the project, still remains involved, a key player in it all. And she will share with us also the reason and passion for her involvement. And if you'd like to know anything more about what we do in Cyprus, or you'd like to join us and or lobby for this kind of work in your country, there are many ways to get connected, and we can definitely support that. And we would encourage anyone interested to protect children to reach out to us, and we can put you in touch with Chrissy Sykes and all the founders of the project. And over to you now, Helena. Lovely to hear from you. Your testimonial, your contribution has been invaluable to us. And I'm really grateful that you could make it today to share some of this with us today.
Hi, Helenique. Hello to all the lovely ladies on this fantastic event. Really honored to be here. Myself, Helenique, and FT here have been working together for over a year now on this amazing My Body, My Drum project in Cyprus. And it holds a very deep meaning for me because as a transformational speaker on domestic violence and sexual abuse, I myself have experienced that as a child and worked through the healing process, which cuts very deep. This occurred in my midlife, the healing process that is. And when I was offered the opportunity to be part of this My Body program, it really called me, especially in Cyprus now after the COVID, sexual abuse doubled. And the statistics and research shows 1 in 3 children are abused by family members here. 1 in 6 women worldwide and 1 in 3 men. So this is a serious topic that's really called deeply to my heart. Being part of the My Body program has helped me understand and learn how to deal with this with children. And I want to inspire and help and assist in whatever way possible, knowing the difficulties I experienced throughout my journey. This program helps the children through a fun, educational way to be able to speak and turn to someone that they can trust, which is extremely important in my opinion. I never had that. It only happened in my midlife. So having had to carry the secret, this deep trauma for so many years, I know the repercussions of dysfunctional relationships, the fear, the doubt, the insecurities, which to me is something that can be prevented, that I want to assist children to prevent and let them feel they have someone to turn to. And this is what's great about the program. With the combination of Eftihia and Helenique with their musical talents and education, combining it in the projects that we have already done, it's been really successful. And it's amazing how music helps to open children in ways that sometimes talking does not. And I found that myself throughout my journey. Music has just been very part of my calling, part of my therapy. It's just been something I always turn to, and I found it soothes me. So one of the songs that's really great, that really mean a lot to me, is Keeping No Secrets, Say No to Secrets, which is a lovely song we teach with the children, we sing with them. There's cartoons available online in over, I think 20 languages now worldwide. And you can find it on YouTube through Chrissy Sykes, the My Body program. And we're combining that here now with the drumming, which is fantastic. And this song itself is helping the children to be able to speak to someone they trust, to share what's happened, and to know that something will be done about it, that their voice is heard, that there's no more silencing. this for me is really important, because the silence is like a cancer that grows, and it affects us, especially as children growing into adolescence and adulthood, in our relationships, within our confidence. With me, it was trusting men. And from that, it's has a terrible side effect. So if we can get to the roots of it at a younger age, we can help create healthier adults in the new society in this day and age, which I see many children are craving for. And if it's not their parents or family they can turn to, their social workers, their educators, and they can have assistance. And these songs actually teach the children to keep telling their story to someone until they get heard, because there's such a need to be heard in this world, in this society nowadays, and especially with children after the COVID. So I'm really grateful and thankful for your time, for giving me this opportunity to come out and share. And I've had the honor to speak on podcasts, on Hellenique's YouTube global event she did last year during COVID, and a few others online. And this is what it's about: beautiful seminars like yourselves that you've created today with the Female Wave of Change, to touch many people's lives worldwide with the gift of technology in a positive way, to create change, which is so needed in this world today. And we all know that it begins with you and me. With the change we create, the healing we offer ourselves is rippled out and radiated all around us worldwide. So through my trauma, I chose to turn that into my triumph and use that now to help assist others on similar paths with domestic violence as well, having experienced that too as a child growing up. So it's about being heard, the voice being heard, no more silencing, and taking our power back, knowing that there's hope. We can move forward with whatever's happened with us, that there is support. We don't have to feel alone. So thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Helene.
Thanks so much, Helena. So inspiring to hear somebody come through their journey of healing and to be a beacon of light for young children now that will need to face very difficult situations like this one. I want to draw your attention finally to a summit that I decided to do mainly because I realized the uncertainty and anxiety of young people is on the increase after lockdowns. And we decided then to pull together our experts as well for a Women of Truth for Youth conference. It's a summit, 4 days, where we're showcasing the music of a musical genius called Savi Kabu, but also then tackling some of these bigger issues that are facing young people. If you know any young women or men, young leaders, anyone that's been a bit troubled or needing some inspiration or some hope for the future, I would really encourage you to send them onto our YouTube channel, where we're going to be speaking with some experts from around the world on issues facing the youth. I wanted to get deeper down into the subject of suicide, which is also increasing, but I'm not quite sure that we'll get that far this time, but we will keep continuing this momentum because it's so needed. And so many of us female experts bring a lot of love and reassurance to these young minds, and they really do need this now. So I welcome you to join with us, bring your views, your contribution, and support us. We have just a 2-hour slot every day from the 4th to the 10th of October on my YouTube channel. It's called Our High Intelligence, and it's again under this Women of Truth project. And you can see again how it fits in again with the theme of really re-educating and visiting some tough subjects that we have to be dealing with right now, all around emotional well-being, re-educating our societies about healthy boundaries, about body safety. And we have these incredible female leaders that are helping us pave the way. Thanks so much to Ingun Bol. You're a beacon of light for us all. To Saskia Harkema, Dr. Saskia, who invited me into this beautiful organization, and all of you beautiful, amazing people that keep shining on. I want to thank you for the mirror of your inspiration. Together we stand so united to do great things together, and I can see that happening more and more each time we meet. And I just want to let you know, if you haven't heard today, that I love you and I thank you for all you're doing for us and for the world. Thanks so much, everybody.
Phew, wow, thank you so much, Hellenique and Helena. Helena, thank you for opening up and for breaking the secret and coming out and say this is what's happening to me, but realizing the incredible power and the gift that that came in the unfortunate circumstances that you found yourself in. Because I absolutely believe that in every traumatic, in every senseless situation, in every situation that you find yourself, there's an incredible gift that is stored for us. And for me, it is only when you allow yourself to go through the healing process that you get to that gift, and then you share it so beautifully with the world. So thank you so much, ladies, for sharing such a very deep, emotional and sensitive topic in the way that you do, but most importantly, the amazing work that you do in Cyprus and in the global way, the initiatives that you have initiated. Sorry about that noise. And in making sure that you make a difference in those children's life and the young ones and everybody else. I also love the incredible healing power of music, because music can be so therapeutic and healing, and I think it's just showing people in a different way that they can express themselves and making sure that they're dealing with their traumatic events that, if left undone or left nothing done about it, can actually have a very debilitating consequences on our lives. So thank you so much, Cyprus. We are literally now moving into Africa. And we are in East Africa. We are in Kenya. So I have visited the beautiful city of Nairobi. I must say that when I was in Nairobi, I was traumatized by the traffic in Nairobi. I was like, there is no way I can drive here. I was like, there is no way I see myself driving in this city. This is insane. So just some facts about Kenya that you may or may not know is that Wangari Maathai, I hope I pronounced it well, who is Kenyan, was the first African woman to win a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize back in 2004. She was a renowned Kenyan social, environmental, and political activist. So that's one very interesting fact about Kenya, and very well done for representing the African continent. Also, Kenya is the world's leading safari destination. So if you want to come to Africa and you want to do your first stop in the safari, Kenya is the place to be before you come to the mother city in South Africa. With that, also a very sensitive and deep topic, and the Kenyan ladies have been doing extensive work in Kenya and around, working in the subject and doing some incredible impact in this. So they're going to be talking to us about a look into the future without the female genital mutilation. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Sela Kingoro, who's the ambassador of Kenya, and with Josephine to talk to us about this. Ladies, welcome, and I hope you're ready. I saw your cameras going on and on for a couple of times, so I hope you are on and ready. Over to you, Sela, I can see you.
Yes, thank you so very much, and good day wherever you are. Kindly, I will request you to allow me put off my camera because my internet is quite weak. And I would also request that our PowerPoint be shared on our behalf, if that's possible. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can, Sela. I'm just trying to get if Patrick can assist with
Well, let me, Tato, let me
sharing the PowerPoint. Oh, thank you, Ingun.
Yes, because Patrick, I think it's a Kenya problem this afternoon because Patrick is also on and off. So I'm going to share your PowerPoint.
Thank you so much, Ingun.
I think I found it.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, then I have to share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger.
So as you do that, Ingun, thank you so much. I think I can proceed I would like to virtually welcome all of you to Kenya and take this as an opener to your future visit, physical visit, inshallah. My name is Sela Kingoro, as you have been told, a female Wave of Change ambassador in Kenya. And Kenya is a beautiful place. We have a lot of wildlife, and specifically the giraffe that stands tall, just like Kenya itself. Kenya is beautiful. We are focused people. And for the next 30 minutes, we'd like to just share with you the kind of world that we would like to have in Kenya, or the female wave of change Kenya would like to see. Like many good things, Kenya also has some disadvantages, some challenges. And one of the biggest challenges that we face is the cultural practices in some of our communities that are detrimental to us. As you have already heard, female genital mutilation is the subject of our discussion today. We call it FGM for short. And in Kenya, we say we want a future bila FGM. Bila is a Swahili word that means without. So a future without FGM. FGM is the partial or total removal of external female genitalia for non-medical reasons. In Kenya, about 4.5 out of the 25 million women have undergone FGM. That's about 20% of women in Kenya having undergone this particular practice. Most people think that this practice must stop. Most Kenyans do think so, but the greatest opposition is from communities that still hold it as part of their tradition. The practice affects many countries in the world, not only in Kenya and not only in Africa, but also world over. Now, this is despite the fact that Sustainable Development Goal 5, and specifically the target 5.3 seeks to eliminate FGM by 2030. So this year, Female Wave of Change Kenya decided to fight against FGM, and we took this as our main theme for the year, partly because of the negative effects FGM has on physical health, psychosocial, educational, as well as the relations between persons. So today we are here to share with you part of the work we are doing in fighting FGM through storytelling. Mama Yvonne was really a great inspiration in the beginning of the year, and together we have put a few things for you to listen, for you to hear about this particular story. So on the next slide, I just wanted to give you an overview of how this session is going to be. We are going to have a poem from Hope Ochieng, a 10-year-old creative artist. And then we shall have a story of Josephine Darius, who is one of our Female Wave of Change wave makers, but also a survivor of FGM. And then we shall share with you a sneak peek of the book that the Female Wave of Change Kenya team has put together. It will soon be out, so you can be able also to have more detailed information on this. So I would like to request you to enjoy, to learn, and also to purpose to make a difference in whichever way that you can. So this minute, I would like to invite Hope to just say hello before her video is played, and I would like to request Ingun as well to see if she can share that video. So that's it. Ingun, if you can just remove the PowerPoint, and we can have Hope say hello as we look for the video. Mama Hope, oh, good. Oh, Mama Hope, can you please unmute? Okay.
My name is Hope Ochieng. I'm 10 years old from Peace Junior School, and my piece today is about a future without FGM. I am an African girl. beautiful and wonderfully created by God. But my heart is in pain when I think how my beauty is being taken for granted by the so-called traditions and self-interests. When I grow up, I need to be in full gear without my inner beauty being mutilated, and so I say no to FGM. Ah! Listen! Did you hear that screaming? That cry of pain of a forced cat? The bleeding disturbs me, for her flaw is my concern. Wanted her like a second-class generation, yet all what she wants is light of hope for her future. Cheap are the tools used to destroy her womanhood and beauty, yet expensive and in vain, trying to restore her back, and no one can pay the price of a lifetime wound. I will stand to oppose FGM without fear of being intimidated. Brave and courageous, I hope I'm boy Ochieng. I will fight against FGM until it comes to an end by 1. Speaking out about the risks of FGM. 2. Educating us on the rights to their bodies. 3. Have community outreach on the cutting season. 4. Strongly campaign on the ban of FGM. Just to mention but a few. It takes a village to raise a child, but it will take a family, community, and government to support end of FGM. Traditions, respect my beauty and dignity. FGM is a girl child abuse. FGM, your days are numbered. I, as a scout, stands for girl child in my effort to make this world a better place. I am, I will, and I must join the fight. Who am I? I'm an African girl child. Hashtag say no to FGM. Hashtag I stand for the voiceless. Hashtag drop the blade, set the gun. Hashtag a future bila FGM. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so very much, Ingun, for sharing. I was just wondering if Mama Hope is here so we can see Hope. Say hi.
The sound is not very good.
Yes, but at least you have seen Hope. I think there's a problem in Kenya this afternoon. I'm really grateful that we actually get to have you listen to us by the poem being pre-recorded. I hope you can hear our other stories as well. So Hope, just keep on there, keep on hanging there. Maybe the network will become better as our session moves on. So now I would like to invite Josephine Dirias, who is our female wave of change wave maker, as well as an FGM survivor, to share her story with us. Josephine, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sela. Good afternoon, good morning. So my name is Josephine Dirias, from a wave maker from Kenya. And I'm here to share my story as a FGM survivor. So female genital mutilation is a cultural practice in my community, that is the Maasai. I come from the Maasai people. And so the practice is done as a cultural practice. From childhood to manhood, you must go through it at a certain age. In a concert, you come home and you see the arrangement they are doing. They're doing a big celebration. You know, it's a big celebration thing because they used to do it. It's sort of a pride that my mother has nurtured me until the age of 14. And now I'm ready to go through the cards so that she will celebrate as my mom and my dad, that they were able to this girl to that age to be able to be a woman. So, so I went through it at the age of 14. I mean, as I used to grow, I used to see it happen in the community. But I think that time, unfortunately, we didn't have a voice because the women in my community exist to be seen, not to be heard. So I knew at some point I must go through it. And now this was my time. And you are given condition that at that time, you should prove your mom, your parent, your sisters so proud, not crying despite the pain, not making any movement. So I went through it. It's done by an old gradni within the area. They are known to do that. So I went through it, and I mean, simply because I did not know it harm or I didn't have any knowledge, I went through it. It was painful. I nursed my wound for almost a month. Then, but I call myself lucky because I survived. And apart from surviving, I also was so lucky to have continued with my education. And I didn't know that there was anything wrong with me going through FGM. I completed my primary school. Then when I went to high school, I went to a school that is not situated in my area, in a school where we have people from other tribes. So one day, the teacher, my history teacher was talking about this cultural practice, and they were talking of tribe doing female genital mutilation. Unfortunately, in that area, they don't do. So I proudly said, yes, we do, and I went through it because I didn't know it's something wrong. And these people were laughing at me. But at some point, I was asking myself, why? And so it took me long. Then I started shying off, talking about it. And when I went to college, I also had people talking about it. But now, when I gave birth, when I got married and I gave birth, the nurse in the hospital, when I had my firstborn, was there armed with a scissor to do an episiotomy because definitely because of the scar, I couldn't push the baby safely. Otherwise, I could have had a lot of tears. So she did an episiotomy and she did a suture. So apart from enjoying having my baby girl, I also had to nurse the episiotomy, suture. Then I had my second-born daughter. It was also the same. This nurse was, and unfortunately, my second-born daughter, I had a prolonged labor, so I almost lost my baby. But this nurse was quick, easily to pick the scissor and do another episiotomy. So now I'm nursing a second episiotomy. So when I had my third borns, and lucky enough they were twins, I couldn't bear the pain of going through another episiotomy. I personally chose to go for a CS. And after my second baby, if I may go back, I chose to say, this is painful, and unfortunately, it was a practice that was done by my people in several years ago, and we are still passing this pain from one generation to another. And that's when I chose to start a community-based organization, to educate my people that FGM is harming women. it's destroying us. It's depriving us our right. And I want to say, lucky enough, we have seen a lot of change in the community. The number have reduced simply because the pain I've gone through, I can't imagine my daughter going through it. Neither do I imagine any other girl going through it global, from my village to the global level. We need to end it because it's painful, it's traumatizing, and it is what is making our women not even to voice out their grievances. Because in our culture, you are told that you do what the culture says without questioning. And that has made us to never get access to our right, simply because we were being taught that you should never talk against anything. So personally, I've been running a community-based organization for the last 3 years. I think we are somewhere. We are advocating on female genital mutilation. We are still doing it, but the number is really going down. First, we have change of norms, because in our community, there was a big celebration, but now those who are still doing it, they're doing it under the carpet, and we are still singing an endless song until we save every girl from female genital mutilation. Because from my experience, I wouldn't imagine another girl going through it. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Josephine, for sharing your story. And I always feel a bit troubled when I listen to these stories. Now, anyway, coming back to the Female Wave of Change Kenya, and because of the stories we have heard, the stories that we have lived, the stories that we have seen, we decided that we will write a book that pictures a future without FGM. So I want to tell you just a little bit about the book in about 5 minutes so that we can have any question answer session if there is. Our book sought to capture experiences, to offer pathways to eradicating this practice, to lay out a historical, political, socioeconomic, legal, medical, or even educational perspective to FGM. And we have looked at several things in terms of the book itself. Thank you so much, Ingun. You can go to the content of the book. In the book, the first thing we do is help you understand what female genital mutilation is. So we demystify FGM. And we do not only look at the theoretical definition, but we actually look at practically what FGM is to different communities and to different peoples. Because as I told you, it could be partial or total removal of female genitalia. So we look at the different communities. The next slide, Ingun. Thank you. We also look at the origin and practice of FGM. And here we share with you where exactly this practice is taking place. Where did it come from? As we are talking about it being a tradition, how did it start? Why did it start in the first place? And then in the book, we have also looked at the role of different persons in FGM. And it's not our role or the role of propagating FGM, but also the role of eradicating FGM as a mother, as a teacher, as a local leader, as a national citizen, or even as a global citizen. So if you grab this book, even if you are from Slovenia, like my sister Alenka have met today, you will find your role, what you can do to help eradication of FGM in Kenya and other parts of the world. We also look at the existing efforts. Who is doing what, at least in the Kenyan context, whether they are legal efforts, whether they are social efforts, so that we give you an opportunity to support whichever efforts we think can help in enhancing this particular fight. Then we look at the impact of FGM on the individual, on the society, as well as on the country. Of course, we did not forget in our book to share some stories, like Josephine's story. But we Josephine, maybe you can mute. All right, so we look at the stories from different perspectives. We have a story from East Africa, that is Kenya. We have a story from Central Africa in Cameroon. We have a story from the South in Zambia. And we have a story from West Africa in Sierra Leone. And some of the persons who've shared their stories thankfully are actually in this conference, and we really are grateful to them for sharing their perspectives. And then we finalize the book by looking at a future without FGM. And we paint the picture of how our country, how our continent will look like beyond, or having moved beyond this particular practice of FGM. The goal of our book, on the next slide, Ingun, is that we can be able to raise awareness. As I shared earlier, most of the opposition is coming from the communities themselves. And so we would like the communities to understand where this is coming from, what is the rationale of having FGM in the first place, and how is it impacting people, and therefore is it really important and relevant for us to have this practice today. We also would like our book to be used to educate. We do have several learning courses, not only at the university, but also in civil society organizations on gender rights, women rights, and so on and so forth. We think that this book can actually contribute towards educating the people on the rights of women. Then we also believe that our book will facilitate trauma healing. This is because in sharing the stories, we have not only shared the pain, we have also shared what happened when this person moved beyond the pain. And I think that is what is really important. We also offer opportunities for people to network or to reach out for support. Survivors who are not yet beyond the woods can actually reach out for support in terms of psychosocial support. Then finally, we hope to inform both law and policy. So in doing all these four things, our belief is that we shall be able to transform behavior and attitude, not only of the communities that are practicing FGM, but also of all people across the world, including you, that we shall be able to speak to your mind, to implore you to engage in this particular field in one way or another. And if we all do so, then we will get to our goal, which is a future bila FGM. So I would like to end there to thank you very much. And yes, all of us together, regardless of color, if we put our hands together to end FGM, indeed one day it shall come that we get a future bila FGM. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stella and Josephine, for, as I said, yet another deep and very sensitive topic. It is absurd the level of trauma and physical pain that women need to go through in the name of cultural practices. I myself find it really absurd. I know that there were good reasons, or there were reasons for these things to happen, you know, whenever they were initiated. I just find it absurd. Josephine, thank you for sharing your story so beautifully and so authentically. My heart sank when you said, Josephine, that I cannot imagine, or I could not imagine my daughter or any other girl going through the pain that I went through. Yeah, my heart literally sank trying to imagine it. But for you, as somebody who's physically felt the pain, it is such bravery, you know, for you to stand out and say, I know that I'm going to be facing a lot of persecution from my own tribe, from the people who have been practicing this culture, but it is just not worth it. It is causing bodily harm to women, and I can only imagine that it is also causing psychological and emotional harm in long term. You know, that confidence that we so much want to inspire and build in young girls, I just imagine that practice taking it away and diminishing the very light that we want every woman to show, to shine so beautifully and brightly in the whole world. So thank you for the Kenyan team. You guys are always doing remarkable work. I would love to see Hope 10 years from now. Hope is such a powerhouse. And I would really love to see the young Hope 10 years from now, what an incredible power she's going to be, the amazing work that she's going to be doing in the world, and the impact. I mean, she's already having an impact by just standing tall and saying, and, you know, and just getting her voice be heard. I think it's incredibly inspiring and powerful. So thank you to the Kenyan team. The wave is moving down from the east of Africa down to South Africa, where I am right now, and my co-host and my soul sister Tebello is back again on screen. Her serenading voice you're gonna hear once again, and she's going to be speaking to amazing women. So just some few interesting points about South Africa, if you did not know. With more than 6 million trees in Johannesburg, it is believed to be the site of the largest man-made forest on Earth. I can attest to this. And if you don't know, Table Mountain down in the beautiful Cape Town, one of the iconic landmarks of South Africa, is one of the oldest mountains in the world. So when you do make that trip to South Africa, make sure that you visit Cape Town as well. With that, over to you, Tebello. They're going to be talking to us about the role of women in times of crisis.
Dumelang, Sanbonani, Apsheni, Molweni, Goeiemiddag, good afternoon. I am so glad to be introducing our country, and hopefully everybody can see this picture of this beautiful rainbow country of South Africa, a country of warm people, a country of diversity in its nature, in its people, a country that still has a lot of hope for all of us that live in it, a country that welcomes those that come to visit, and most of the time they end up not wanting to leave because they just enjoy the warmth of its people and its country. As you can see in the pictures here, the diversity of this country is very enormous. As I was looking at the pictures, I started thinking we also need to change the picture of the soccer team and start putting Banyana Banyana, because that is our ladies national team, which continues to win. These men on these pictures are not doing justice to our country. We need to start having Banyana Banyana joining and being seen on this picture. What a powerful story that we have heard, from our sisters in Kenya. And, if I listen to all the stories that we have heard so far, there is just so much that still has to happen in our world, whether it's in Europe or it's in Africa. There are just so many different stories that we need to be changing, the narrative that we need to be changing across the world. I am excited this afternoon to be moderating a conversation with 3 very powerful women that are based here in South Africa. And Tato, thank you very much for introducing us as the team here in South Africa. There are 3 people, women that will be joining us, and I hope that they are on video already. I'm not able to see them as yet. The first lady—
They are.
Great, wonderful, thank you. We are joined this afternoon by Shifra Chisha. Shifra is the president of the African Women in Business, an entity that's created to strengthen the wealth creating capacity of women by providing them with access to trade and investment in different sectors. She is also a proud grandmother of 2 boys who she calls Gran's Heartbeat. The second person who will be joining us today is Natasha Pile. Natasha is a wave maker of Female Wave of Change in South Africa, and she is the founder and managing director of Napila Wellbeing Solutions. And the third person who will be joining us is Baba Lomacheta, who's also a Female Wave of Change wave maker, who is a published author, a transformational leader, and a deputy director in one of our government departments. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and we're looking forward to this conversation with you. So if I could start with you, Natasha, because you are the one always on my screen, yeah? How are you,
Okay.
ladies?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. You've heard I'm Natasha, and it's a privilege to be part of the Female Wave of Change tribe. I'm an entrepreneur, wellness specialist, a fatigue and fitness for work consultant, and I'm also a Reiki and Lighterian practitioner. I founded Napila Wellbeing Solutions last year with the aim of reaching small to medium organizations that don't necessarily have access to health and wellness solutions. The one thing I love about being South Africa is our richness in terms of the diverse cultures that we have. And I strongly relate to the concept we have called Ubuntu, which means I am because we are.
Wonderful. Thank you, Natasha. Welcome. Babi, may I go to you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baballo Macheta. Thank you so much, Divello. I'll try and keep it brief. To my latest, most inspirational achievement, that of publishing my first novel on social challenges titled Mountains and Hills to Overcome. Other than that, I'm a mother, always on crisis mode, like most mothers, managing the crisis day and night, mother of 3 children, and someone decided to make me a grandmother as well. So that is the most important role that I enjoy now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baballo, and welcome to being a Grammy, not a granny, a Grammy, a glamorous granny. Shifra, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sibelo, and please allow me to congratulate you on a successful conference, and absolute gratitude for having me. I'm in awe of the successes shared by women this morning, and particularly liked what shared from Pakistan said, Sibelo, that despite being far from each other, hearing the stories of women and their successes encourage us. I am Shifra Chisho, as mentioned, founder and president of the African Women in Business, an entity that provides skills for global trade and access to investments in 8 priority sectors. Founded in 2019, we have representation within 11 countries. And our initial role was to support implementation of the SADC Secretariat to make sure that economic growth and development happens. And as you've mentioned, I'm a proud grandmother of 2. I'm a member of the International Women's Forum, a 20-year organization of 7,000 elite women leaders represented in across 26 nations. And our role is to build a pipeline of women leaders through mentorship and education. And I'll stop there. What I love about South Africa, as you've mentioned, the diverse culture. Just yesterday, we celebrated these diverse cultures on our Heritage Day. Secondly, I think it has been mentioned by Natasha, the element of Ubuntu. You do not need to know a South African child for that child to call you ma, and give you a level of respect that is due to a parent. And you do not need to know a next person in South Africa for that person to give you a warm welcome and a smile and a nod. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everybody. So, ladies, we were provided with the topic, especially in light of some of the recent events that we had in South Africa. And it's really The topic is around the role of women in times of crisis. So 2 questions that I'd like to pose to each of you. And I will start back with Natasha and then come back to Babalo and complete with Shifra. The question for me is, in your perspective, Natasha, what have been the 2 most crises that women have faced in the last year? That's number 1. But number 2, I'm saying, what have been the most innovative and creative solutions that you have witnessed from women, especially when they bring out their feminine energy?
Thanks, Tabelo. So I'm looking at this more from a health and well-being perspective. And the 2 critical issues faced by women in South Africa over the past year and a half is basically being gender-based violence and femicide, and also the challenges that have been experienced by the frontline workers who are mostly female. According to the World Health Organization, they actually estimate that 12.1 in every 100,000 women are victims of femicide in South Africa each year. And this is 5 times the global average of 2.6. And other forms of gender-based violence is also prevalent. With regards to our frontline workers, most of them are actually nurses, and they are actually female, and they have appeared to have a greater risk due to the number of households that are managed by single parents who are female. And they are at the risk of becoming infected. And furthermore, they are dealing with increased incidents of trauma, bereavement, working longer hours, having stress, anxiety, and burnout. In terms of how South Africans or South African women have dealt with this, before I go to that, I think it's also important to note that within South Africa, we have what we call a national strategic plan, which was launched in 2008 to address the high levels of intimate partner violence, rape, sexual offenses, and femicide in SA. And some of the initiatives that they have put in place is to broaden the access to justice for survivors, to look at changing behavior through raising awareness and prevention campaigns, and to create opportunities or economic opportunities for women that are vulnerable. In terms of frontline workers, they have provided access to a 24-hour confidential counseling program, which healthcare workers have access to via telecare, SMS, and digital platforms. In terms of how women have responded, I think this speaks to the beauty of our feminine energy, where we tap into the different hats that we wear. So I've basically put down a collection for our tribe today. The very first point is about learned helplessness, which is a common experience we have when we give up being rational. And it's about teaching us how we need to prioritize and focus on next steps, not allowing our emotions to allow us to become overwhelming and then to render us powerless. The next is to actually look at and to go to the truth and deal with it. New focus equals new parts. It may be unfamiliar and it may be wrong, but it's something that we still need to deal with. We need to deal with the cards that we have been dealt with. We need to learn to accept rather than resist what has been placed before us before we deal with a situation. And lastly, it's to enlist support. Instead of feeling like we are facing problems alone, we can draw strength and build resilience from having others to lean on. We need to open up around our feelings and take a step back and give them room to move. Thank you, Tabelo.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Natasha, for that. I think this issue of, focusing on the problem and not running away from it is quite key, because that's the first step towards healing. Babalo, in your terms, what have been some of the crises and how have you seen women creatively addressing them?
Thank you so much, Tabelo. Thank you, Natasha. I think just to add on what Natasha said, gender-based violence was across the board. You know, it was not just a South African phenomenon that we saw hike, especially during the lockdown period. But I think of more interest to me was the increase of teenage pregnancies around the same time. I just could not wrap my head around our daughters being sent home, which is supposed to be a safe haven, and then being violated. So I was asking myself, who is impregnating these girls actually? And I know I spoke to some of our sisters in Kenya, and they were experiencing the same kind of challenges. And one gets to understand that as women, we sometimes straddled between our economic livelihood and standing up for the truth. Because 9 out of 10 times we know who the perpetrators are. Those are people that we have in our homes. It's our partners, our husbands, our uncles, even our sons. But we know that dare we speak, there goes bread from the table. So that has been a very difficult crisis for me to observe. And I think until we as mothers, as women, stand our ground to say, this is the truth, and whoever violates gets what he deserves, then we are not going to resolve that. But when that happens, I also see mothers stand up and say, not my daughter. She will deliver the baby. She will go back to school. Because some of the girls, once they've been violated in that way, they fall pregnant, they become mothers themselves and become unable to continue with their education. So I applaud all those mothers who become grannies unplanned, and who take care of the grandchildren and actually compel their girl children to go back to school to better their future. Because if you marry them at 14, really, what are you hoping for? And it has been proven that most of these girls do not really recover unless they get proper support from the homes. So the home is the place where most things go wrong. And I think the home is the very place that we need to focus our energies on and correct it.
Great.
Thank you for now, Tibella. Yeah.
No, thank you. And I think what I love is because in South Africa, a lot of our mothers, grew up under the apartheid era, where a lot of opportunities were not provided to them. They're saying, no, it doesn't matter the circumstances. My daughter is not going to grow up in the similar way that I grew up. If the opportunity is there, my daughter is going to go, and get that education. Thank you for that. Shifra, from your perspective in the business world, what have been some of the challenges and solutions that you've witnessed?
Thank you, Tibelo, and please allow me to stay off for my bandwidth. And as I mentioned before, one of the joys of being in the continent is something called load shedding. Those who do not know must check it. And I always say, just looking at the crisis that women have faced during this time, that never in history has humanity advanced so much in science and technology, and yet resoundingly humbled, wholly brought down to its knees, despite all our genius and know-how. Hundreds of millions of women keep the continent's economy fabric together, as you would know, providing for their households and contributing meaningfully to the national, to our regional, as well as to our continental GDP through their daily toils and resilient trade relations. So women during this time, women entrepreneurs had to keep their businesses afloat. That's one thing that we experienced, while they continue to play their roles of supporting other women. Now, if you're in socioeconomic development like me, there are always thousands of women looking up to you, hoping you will succeed so that they can succeed. Now, women had to play multiple roles as they worked from home during lockdown. They had to be helpers, they had to be mothers, they had to be wives, they had to be teachers, businesswomen, and they also had to be efficient employees. And also have to make sure and ensure that they manage and balance all these roles. I liked what was mentioned this morning, that they had to navigate all these roles. Some went through divorces during this time, leading to mental health. And I think Sasha spoke extensively about that. And all this was coupled with grief of losing their loved ones. People dealt with grief at a level they never experienced. So women were at the coalface of gender-based violence. And people, despite all that, there was still an expectation to be productive. There was an expectation to show up and deliver. They had to make sure.
Regina Wainaina, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I proceed? They had to make sure, I was saying they had to make sure that they maintained their composure. And however, as I always say, that as women, we have the inborn ability to navigate storms, but keep our composure. God made us that way. So as president of the African Women in Business, my current role involves managing 11 countries. And during this time, I also had to realize that our country chapter heads needed to first fill their own cups before they could give to the next person. So in summary, women had to keep their businesses afloat while playing these multiple roles, but are expected to keep it together. However, as Viola gracefully mentioned it this morning, that we learned to sit back and take a deep breath and do what we could. And we also had to learn to use our energy very consciously. Now, what are the innovative ideas that women came up with during this time? We saw that from local spazas, tiny tin roof shops, and uncountable kiosks and donkey-drawn carts, littering, our small communities in big cities across Africa, to women investing in big infrastructural projects, women in the continent have demonstrated incredible resilience as they strive to feed their families and contribute meaningfully still to the GDP of various nations. So these resourceful women are some of the most critical backbones sustaining the continent. And the verdict was clear for us, that if millions of women can successfully trade among themselves, albeit the rudimentary improvised manner, only our imagination could limit how far they could go. And when they have eventually supported with the right financial as well as technological tools to trade, thereby scaling up their enterprises. And I commend the South African government for innovative solutions that were implemented to ensure that our entrepreneurs were assisted and that women were still prioritized, and ensuring that they form part of the supply chain. Not all women benefited. However, these went a long way for us. Now, our organization, Tibelo, was founded in 2019. So 2020 for us was the year of implementation and rollout, and also in all SADC nations. However, with the pandemic, we had to look at alternative solutions for business and for our members. Our women launched several digital platforms to assist each other and to ensure trade still happens. We also launched a trade platform, e-commerce platforms. These platforms enable women not only to trade, but to mentor each other and to be able to access counseling. Telehealth, which is not a new concept, as some of you would know, became a reality. The apps launched to ensure that doctors' consultation will be done online. We understood the concept of online education. Our women were able to tap into opportunities for online education and training and continue to ensure skills development, which was mentioned by one of your board members, Renee, this morning, as a critical requirement. So few things were realized. Reducing gender digital divide to promote e-commerce was the key. They say the biggest obstacle to growth is your own mind. Conquer that and you can do anything. So lastly, most women had to conquer the fear of technology, and sad to say and admit that I was one of those. Thank you.
Thank you for admitting, Shifra, because you're dealing with all of these big elements, of trade, and realizing that technology in our continent is going to be, the platform that's going to be able to assist us. And we know that in our continent, most of the youth and most women actually have mobile phones. And I think what the pandemic also started showing us was how We can move, the business and move the information from big computers and move it onto the mobiles, also because of the sparsity of, of space in terms of where people are living. I'm glad to hear that, you saw an improvement in your trade platforms, in the telehealth, and also, what you mentioned about, using the small donkey carts to move, items in the environment, because people still needed to be fed, people still needed to be clothed, and women found ways to use the resources they have in their own societies to be able to move, to ensure that, the communities continue. Tato, I'm not sure if there are any questions that you are seeing as yet before we get to conclude this session.
No questions, systems. The only question was how to get the book Mountains and Hills to Climb, and the answer has already been provided.
Okay, wonderful. Because we don't want to take too long, Shifra, if you could also maybe just type the what is it? Oh, it's been a long day. the website address of your organization.
African Women in Business. Yes.
Apologies. So one last question to all our esteemed speakers. What is the one message that you would give to women of the world in terms of their role in times of crisis? Natasha, let me start with you again.
I think it's important for us to discover how we've changed year on year from one experience or one situation to another, that we need to pause and reflect and ask ourselves, how do we pursue our values? In dealing with a crisis or a situation, who do we want to be in response to that situation? What do we stand for, and how do we act?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Babalo, your message?
Thank you again, Dibelo. I think the family for me remains the primary institution where basic life values are supposed to be taught. And parents remain the first mentors, they remain the first teachers as the caregivers. And I think we cannot afford to have these reactive approaches to the social challenges that we have in our communities. We need to focus our energies and win the battle in our households, starting with our own offspring, moving into our neighborhoods, moving into our communities, extended family, before we even come to global platforms. Because if we do that on small scales, we're going to see a lot of impact in our immediate environments and grow that, these things tend to have a snowball effect. Good things and bad things. We need to start, instilling all these good things. The quality of parenting remains a determinant that can be attributed to most patterns of failure. Disastrous relationships, failed marriages, suicides, addictions. We see an increase of patrons in our jails and psychiatric institutions. So I just want to emphasize that my view is that parents, and especially mothers, are the agents of these socioeconomic revolutions that we want to see around us. We know that challenges such as poverty, disempowerment, and poor health contribute immensely to making some families more vulnerable than others. Someone spoke about single mom-headed families. We're seeing an increase in the single dad-headed families. In most of sub-Saharan Africa, we're seeing granny-headed families. And more scarily, we are also beginning to see an increase in child-headed families. So we know again that schools and communities become an extension of these family institutions. So that means they also need to be strengthened. They need to be capacitated to deal with the scourge of social challenges. Two questions that we're not going to get answers now, but food for thought. How are we raising our girls and boys in our households for those of us who are parents? What values are we instilling to promote the probability of them becoming well-rounded adults? Isn't it time perhaps that we look at our different lifestyles? We start with ourselves, we look at our different parenting styles. And if we do that authentically, I've got no doubt that most of us would have to unlearn some of the things that we have known and believed to be true and retrain ourselves and the next generations on how life can be lived differently, more respectfully, more responsibly. And while I'm at it, I might as well just mention the possible strengths that contribute to the minimizing or prevention of these socioeconomic ills. Someone mentioned the principle of Ubuntu, and I think that's where we all need to start, which Ubuntu emphasizes the empathy, sharing, and cooperation as an effort of resolving common problems. We can borrow from that. We know that there's resilience and social capital, which have also been cited as important aspects that help us bounce back to some sort of normality after experiencing some type of trauma. So we need to incorporate those values as part of strengthening our households, as part of strengthening our community institutions as well. Wow. There's a lot of work to be done, ladies and gentlemen. The policies, well, I find that we so often look up to governments and international organizations to draft policies for us, grow the number of jails because there are so many rapists that are, that have been incarcerated. But until when are we going to grow jails and hospitals and all these things? We need to curb these challenges in our households. So women are at the forefront of implementing these policies that are crafted to deal with the scourge of the socioeconomic balances worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
work and correct the situation.
Absolutely. Babalo, I said one thing. I'm
an author.
Anyway, thank you. I think the key message for all of us is that charity begins at home. Charity begins at home. Thank you. So I know you are very passionate about this. I know, and we can see it and we can feel it. Thank you so much for that. Shifra, what's the one message you want to leave with the women of the world?
Thank you so much. And I think for me, just a few things. A woman of value is that with a purpose. Purpose is a belief that you're part of something bigger than yourself. Have a greater sense of purpose, which is that of bringing people along with you. Lead a life of service, and do not leave out of the memory, but leave out of your imagination. That is what kept us smiling in the midst of storms with composure. Prime Minister of Barbados at the recent General Assembly said, and I quote, "Those who labor in great causes never ultimately fail, but they must summon the courage required. They must find the global moral strategic leadership, global because our problems are global, moral because we must do the right thing, strategic because we cannot solve every problem in the world, but we must solve those within our purview immediately," close quote. So now with every crisis comes an opportunity. Never, I always say, never has there been a time when the odds are for women and women in Africa. Do not waste this crisis. And absolute gratitude again for having us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Ladies, we've had women in Africa and I think also women across the world. Let's not waste, the opportunity that the crisis has brought for us. This wave of change that we say that we want to see in the world, what we're hearing is that we've got the opportunity to, create it from being resilient and using our own resourcefulness as women, from ensuring that charity begins at home, and from being able to look at each and every crisis that we have and say, how do we change it and how do we make it work to be able to achieve the purpose that we need to achieve in the world. Tato, the shortest of my times that I have had today. Thank you so much for allowing the South Africa chapter to have this conversation. And I am glad and hopeful that we've left some powerful messages with you. Back to you, my sister.
Thank you so much, sister. I was trusting you, the South African team, to keep the time. And Usbabalo just had to put a Mami Vaughn on me and just continue. And I was like, oh my God, is she gonna finish? But that's what passion does to you. I think every woman here have got really so much passion. As I said in my intro yesterday, we are all here because we want to, not only do we want to see the change, but we want to be the change. And leave a legacy in this world. So thank you for those. I'm not even going to summarize. You guys had great, stories. Women, all I can say is women have such great tenacity. I see it in my household, in my family, in my community. When there's a crisis, the first people they look to is women. And so women have been trusted for generations to be really in the forefront of crisis, and we've got it in us. We've got this innate ability. I think Shifra said that we had the inborn ability to really manage everything that we need to do around us. With that, it's a 15-hour flight, guys, from Johannesburg to New York. And now we're not flying, we're sailing. So I don't know when we're gonna get to the Big Apple, but we are actually right now, we are in New York City. We are in the Big Apple. And just two interesting things about New York that you may or may not know is that more than 800 languages are spoken in New York City, making it the most linguistically diversity in the entire world. The second fact that I can actually, my visit in New York, I was overwhelmed by this, is that it would take approximately 24 hours to navigate the entire subway system in New York. And yeah, really, I was overwhelmed with the subway. I was like, where do I get in? Where does it go? And, fortunately, I had people around me. So I'm going to hand, to the amazing ladies in New York. Susan Gans, you're going to be leading this discussion, talking about resilience, relationship building, and risk-taking. Over to you, ladies.
Thank you so much, Tato, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for the Female Wave of Change for having us and for traveling to New York City. There can be complexity, and we are women, so we're up to those challenges. So today we're going to be talking about 3 R's, as you heard: resiliency, relationship building, and risk-taking. I'm Susan Gans. I'm the Female Wave of Change Ambassador for New York City, or New York. And I have a background professionally about making strategic impact. And I'm going to be joined today by our esteemed panelists, who all have a special connection to the Female Wave of Change. So first, we have on our panel Allison Cyrus, who is a risk management executive, and she is an alum of the Women Leading in Change program. She comes to us with over 20 years of banking and risk management experience in a variety of disciplines, including operational risk, enterprise-wide risk management, and compliance across the first and second lines of defense. She has experience leading, mentoring, promoting objectives, managing team morale, and coaching to foster development. Secondly, on our panel, we have Janine Ting Jansen, who is an inclusion and diversity executive. More about Janine. She was also on a panel for us for the Female Wave of Change in November of 2019. She is currently a Senior Director of Inclusion and Diversity at Teva Pharmaceuticals. She has over 15 years of experience in the HR field, working in finance, law, and pharmaceuticals, supporting business leaders. Her areas of expertise include diversity, talent, recruitment, strategy, and data storytelling. She was recently featured as a contributing author for the book Latinas Rising Up in HR. And lastly, we have Tina Thompson as one of our panelists. Tina holds a special place in my heart. She's the one that introduced me to the Female Wave of Change, and she's an honorary ambassador. In her professional life, she's an operations executive. More about Tina: she's an advocate for justice, an experienced operations executive, and certified leadership coach. Above all else, Tina likes to say she's a mother to her miracle son, Nicholas, and his loving wife, Lisa. I'm going to stop the share and get into our discussion. So we've heard a lot today and throughout the conference about resilience. And after a number of conversations that I've had over the past couple of years while we've been in this pandemic, it's from within that this inner strength comes. And I see a lot of strength coming from women. So I'm going to ask our panelists, as they reflect on their experience of the pandemic, to share what they've learned about resiliency as it relates to their professional and personal lives. And I'm going to start with Janine.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to be amongst all of you as we sit here and really just focus on what's next. When I think of resiliency, I think of all of the challenges that we have all faced. And when we have the consideration of what's happened over the past year and a half, there's been a lot happening. In the United States particularly, women have been impacted in what we've been calling the C-session. We have been leaving the workforce in even greater numbers. And with that comes this moment of how do we support women to really challenge this? And when I think of the group dynamic, right, the numbers, we're suffering. And with that comes, how do we support one another on an individual level? And with this comes the resiliency moment. The moment is to really give us an opportunity to slow down and ask each other what we need, right? What we truly need in the moment to support each other and to really gear ourselves and to practice what we do the next time. Because what we've seen is that we'll get hit with the situation with George Floyd and Black Lives Matter in the United States. We'll get hit with the visible Asian hate that came about in the United States. And these crises that continue, even with COVID, even the far-reaching impact it has to many HR professionals. And how do we navigate and support our employees in this moment? And being that I in particular sit in HR, and how do we have these conversations about what do we do next, right? And follow different routines, support the employees where they are, but also to support ourselves as professionals. I have 3 young children, and navigating the virtual learning environment, navigating leaning in at work and managing all of this, it really gives you a moment that there's no day that is the same. There's no week that is the same. And the more that we can reflect and really go through a moment of where do we prioritize the action, prioritize our next action, really care for each other so that we can be able to get up the next day, right? And focus on that next top priority. That's the resilience moment. The more we practice this, the more we embrace it, the ability to be extremely uncomfortable not having the answers to all the decisions. These are the pieces that come in with resiliency that's hard. It's hard to do it the first time and the next time. But the more that we do this, the better able we are positioned, right, for these struggles that we're going through. So these struggles are not going away. There will be something different around the corner. But that resilience and that community that we can all build amongst each other, that's truly a power moment where we can all really thrive together and focus on all of these challenges.
Thanks, Janine. I really appreciate what you said, especially about community. Over to you, Tina, for your perspective on this question.
Good morning, and good afternoon, and good evening around the world. Susan, it's not an easy question to answer because you know, many of our sisters from around the world have actually touched on this subject so well. In fact, they haven't just touched on it, they've really expanded on it. I would say that, you know, obviously the theme of don't waste the crisis is key. Okay, I would say we need to build adaptability into our DNA. Accept the crisis, you know, as an invitation to reimagine ourselves, our resources, our skill sets, and the way in which we engage with disruption, because this is not the first one. Any futurist will tell you that, we will have other disruptors. COVID was one of them. I mean, there's a whole series, in the digital space. We have the automation and robots and the machine learning. And then there is sustainability with climate change and those issues. There are going to be several disruptors. The shifts in geopolitics, of course, look at Brexit, look at the China-US trade war, and several other disruptors, many of which were accelerated and still are being accelerated because of COVID. And so, yes, we have to survive COVID, but we can use it to build adaptability into our DNA. There are no quick fixes, and Janine explained that very carefully. But I think the biggest shift we can make is in our attitudes towards this, and to build resilience. There's, I see people achieve so much, but the grit they need to stay resilient is perhaps the silver bullet.
Absolutely. I really appreciate what you said about adaptability and adjusting our attitudes and having the grit to move forward no matter what challenges are in front of us. And over to you, Alison, your perspective on this question of resilience.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and it's really a pleasure to be here amongst all of you. When I think about resiliency, I think back on the last 18 months and the displays of resiliency I've seen every day while, on a conference call, watching a mom, juggle the needs of her kids in the background while taking a call, while, making notes, or just watching, people have, things happening in the background of their lives while they continue to push forward and meet those deliverables. And I've also, have had conversations with staff who are worried about their children going back to school and the lack of, connection. And I've seen people every day have to bounce back from little things. And I'm gonna give you food now. Yes, I've seen people every day have to bounce back from little things and big things. So a lot of resiliency has been born in the last couple months, and a lot of people are getting to display, to flex that muscle. So what I see people doing and what people are realizing is that sometimes with this need to bounce back is also the need to pause and think a little bit and have some redirection in the, built in within resiliency is to take a moment for yourself to pause and redirect and bounce back. So I've been seeing a lot of that, and I think people need to remember that they should, redirection, rejection and redirection are part of, resiliency.
Yes, Alison, the rethinking, that taking a step back, that pausing instead of going on that hamster wheel that we tend to go on. So the next question I have is about, during this time, we needed to be very creative about how we connected with others, our friends, our family, our colleagues, our clients. What have you been doing to develop and grow your professional and personal relationships? And Alison, I'll start with you this time.
Well, before the pandemic, I guess all of these options, Zoom, House Party, all of these video apps were all available to us, but no one thought about calling up their friends and using them to communicate. And then in the early days of the pandemic, we were all so desperate for connection. We were having, dinner parties and games nights and all of those things. And I've noticed as the pandemic progressed, some of those things that people did initially have faded away, and people are now back in a sort of a slum. And you wonder, why haven't we learned the lesson that we could keep some of the things that we learned early on in the pandemic and use that to enhance, our way of life? So we have learned a lot of things in the pandemic, and I think we should start taking some of those on with us in day-to-day life, to help enhance our ongoing experience.
Absolutely. Those special times that maybe we had when we were growing up and little, and bringing them back like they were at the beginning of the pandemic. So over to you, Tina. How have you been creating connection? You're on mute, Tina. There you go.
Certainly increased a lot of connection, which we wouldn't do normally. In particular, leaders that I coach and work with, it's pushed them to make decisions for which they were not previously experienced, and to do so quickly. And so communication became key. Indeed, we've used technology in every way possible, but it became more about scheduling those touch points and being consistent and doing them every single day, because there were people that needed that very badly. And, if you were an empath or an empath like I am, you absolutely absorbed a lot of that anxiety and that chaos that went on initially. And in order for it to become a way of life, really, we had to throw out, what we were doing in the past, and start to learn a new way to collaborate and to constantly check in on one another. Despite any differences, to just embrace and leverage the strength of those differences between us. Communication was key and still remains key.
Absolutely. And connection is one of our basic human needs that people crave, and something that was pushed on given the pandemic. And my mom lives in a nursing home, and who would have thought I would be visiting her by an outside window, and scheduling a window visit periodically was beyond my previous comprehension. Janine, over to you. How have you been creating connection?
I think with this, I was able to navigate many virtual connects and platforms such as this. We were able to host various community calls with my group, Latinos Rising Up in HR, putting out a topic, connecting with one another. And that was one of those examples of keeping up professionally. Community-wise, we started having more hangouts outside and just gathering together. But what that community build was this moment of, we're walking more together and having conversation. We're doing more activities together locally, right? Versus this effect of many in the New York City area have of commuting into the city, being there the day and coming back home and being in a different space. So those are different, effects of how this panned out. The other thing I'll say is building connections differently with your family member. For me, with my children, they're school age. So they're 9, 7, and 5. So now they have witnessed, right? They've witnessed and heard me working all around the clock, right? And they'll storyline that, right? In the school now. They're also, I think, a little closer now than they maybe would have been, because they didn't have interactions with others. Right. So when you think of these different family dynamics and how this played out, the connections, when I think of the groupings, right, it's your family, your personal, your professional, and then these community outliers that, they're around. We know you're there. I know you're there. I know Susan's there for me, and I can always ask her if I need something. But we're not able to have like a full catch up as we would like to, because there's so many things happening. The last thing I'll share is that for something I developed with my kids, with my husband, was with the kids at night, when we would slow down and protect the dinner hour, we would sit there and say, it's story time. And for us, we have the kids each say a couple sentences of any story that they like that comes to mind. And then the next one picks it up, and the next one, and we go in this circle. And what we end up with is a really silly story. But what that has led to is a moment where I get feedback from the teachers that their kids are very happy to raise their hand, to ask questions, and to speak. And, not to say that we weren't doing this before, but I think we focus on doing it even more because we were having less connection in person, right, with the virtual learning. And, so there's this adaptation now, right, where I think where we're going to see is this hybrid approach of, we crave in person, but we're going to utilize this technology differently. And that's going to be our new normal. So when I think of the kids using tech and we maybe grieve for what we had before, we're also going to step forward and have different interactions, right? Their networks are going to be the ones they meet in person, but also the people they can connect with virtually in those learning experiences. So I think that's where we're going towards. And I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Janine. And I love what you said about story time. That's such a fun thing. And what you also said about adapting to, while we crave in person, how can we use technology in different ways to create connection? And I always say I'm one phone call, text, WhatsApp, email, etc. away. And so to our final R, I'm going to quote a study from KPMG, which said only about 43% of women take big risks to boost their careers. Can each of you please speak to risks that you've taken in your careers and how it's impacted you? And I'll start with Tina.
Indeed. I always say risk and reward go hand in hand. If you don't take the risk, you'll never know. And so, I believe we need to stop constraining ourselves to our past understanding of logic, of taking risks, and forge forward and, constantly say, well, what would happen? You opening any thought process with what if, what would, really enables us to start to scenario plan, as it were. When I decided to leave my beloved South Africa and come to the US to join my son who was here, it was a massive risk. It was at a time when I was at the peak of my career and everyone knew who I was. And, the risk of going to a completely new country, to New York of all places, and to pick up and start again, those are the questions I kept asking myself. I saw it also as a mini crisis, and possibly that's why through COVID, I'm applying the same principles, because a crisis shows one's weaknesses and one's strengths. And, if you start to focus on those strengths and to say, well, what if I did succeed? What if I did get a work visa? What if I finally became head of another organization? And so taking those risks, they're not easy. But again, back to our overall theme of being resilient, of building resilience in the true sense of the word. Okay, it's an engineering term, and it's at what pressure does steel crack? Well, if you start to build that resilience, your risk taking is minimized. And then, of course, to reach out to the network. We've spoken a lot about support from others. My South African sister spoke about leaning on each other. We are here, and it's groups like Female Wave of Change where you can reach out when, having taken that risk, you are feeling a bit lost. So, the power of the network can never be underestimated, but risk-taking is absolutely essential now that our whole world has been rearranged and turned on its head. There is no such thing as a new normal, because it was not normal to start off with. If, as I say, if we stop constraining ourselves to the past and look forward in new ways, in creative ways, in ways that we've never thought of, that's the adaptability that we talk about.
Absolutely. Those new ways of thinking and asking those powerful questions you posed about what if and what would. Very inspiring. Over to you, Janine. What about risk taking from your perspective?
I think with risk taking, we have to try things. We have to keep going. And I think for myself, I've deliberately put myself out there. I pursued 2 different educational pieces this year that really, they fed to my soul of what it is I like to continue pursuing in my career. So it's very positive. And on one hand, you could say, I'm fearful of the amount of time this requires. I'm fearful of what this is going to do to the things around me. But at the same time, I tried it, it worked, and everything's still fine. It's not always the case, right? Sometimes we make a mistake. And I think the other key is that set yourself up for success to take risks. I've had the pleasure of having bosses that said, you know, I voiced the fear to them before. What if I try this and it doesn't work? I'm like, well, then you come back and you tell me, and we have a honesty approach, right? And I share how very honestly, this is where I failed, and then we figure it out. But having that support from someone to say, when you try and if you fail, we will figure it out together. That's very powerful. So if you can identify individuals who are going to encircle you and empower you to take more risk, that is really, I think, the balance, because taking risk without feeling confident about taking it, that can be very scary. And I've also been there, right? But so I can say over time, building up these confident relationships, doing more calculated risk, but also with support. And even if all your supporters don't agree, you know that they'll be there and you can still take that risk, and you will identify the ways to pivot if it does fail, but you'll learn. So I would encourage everyone, that risk and that reward, it is very true. And females, we do not take enough risk. I don't know how I can say that we don't take enough risk. So if you think you're sitting and you're in a neutral moment and I'm not going to take that risk today, I want you to write it down, write down what it is you're choosing not to take a risk on, and think about it again in 3 days, because we are losing this game without taking risks. So I don't want to push anyone into taking too many, but it really is a really mirror moment that we're not doing enough of it.
So I think, Janine, what you're saying is to name the fear and to speak through it. And finally, Allison, your perspective.
Well, I have to summarize what Tina and Janine did say. Risk-taking is absolutely essential. If you don't take risks, you don't get any type of, not just reward, but you don't get any type of growth, any type of movement. In a business sense, a business grows because it takes risk. In a banking sense, you get paid by the amount of risk you take, you get paid more. So the same thing in this life, if we don't take risks, small risks to make small changes in our lives, or bigger risks to change everything, we won't get any growth. And it's also very important to, take calculated risk. As Janine said, you want to practice your resiliency, and, when you see it, resiliency works, you can take a bigger leap and take a calculated risk, and definitely have your network of key supporters who you can lean on to, talk you through some of the downtimes, because you will have moments of self-doubt, and we all have those. But you need a network, but you need to become comfortable with embracing risk. If you look at the past year, everything has changed, and everything keeps changing. So you can't stop change from happening. So you can decide for yourself what aspects of the life you want to change for yourself. What aspects of your life you're going to be proactive about creating that change. And then you take that leap and that risk, and you'll always be rewarded more so than having just sat still.
Thank you for that. And I think what you're saying is be the change. And in wrapping up our panel, I will just summarize some of the key points about asking what if, what would be the change, name your fear, and know that you could set yourself up with success with the support of not only yourself, but your community. So thank you for for the Female Wave of Change for this opportunity.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Susan, and the amazing ladies from the Big Apple for those incredible lessons, about building resilience, and taking the risk to take your career forward. We've seen it. We've seen it real life this morning, from one of our keynote speaker, Lakmini, when she was talking about, she has demonstrated the benefit of taking risk, with that company that she's running. So I think it's incredible practical lessons that we are seeing. And thank you, Janine, for pushing us so much to say, name those 3 things that you say, I'm not going to take a risk, visit them in 3 days. So I'm just repeating it. I'm actually challenging myself as I'm saying this, because I think fear is what's paralyzing us, especially as women. There's lots of fear, and there's a lot of negative messaging, the messages that we keep on sending ourselves and that we are telling ourselves that are stifling us from getting what we ought to be, what we want to do. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, so the wave is now moving to beautiful Canada. And we are joined there. There's an interactive discussion. I think it's going to be led by Pam. Just before I hand to Pam, just interesting facts about Canada is that there are more lakes in Canada than anywhere else in the world. So we're definitely riding waves in those lakes if we can. Canada is the #1 donut consumer in the world. I think this is a very interesting fact, if it's a fact. We only have, there's only 30 million people in Canada, but there's 1 billion donuts that they consume annually. This is incredibly fascinating. Wow, so much donuts. Oh, wow. So I'm handing over to Pam and the team to tell us more about, they also have a bit of resilience that they're telling us about, but with a global application to support us in coming back stronger after this. Pam, over to you.
Thanks so much, Theo. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. That's an interesting stat about the donuts. I had no idea. Maybe it's because in the winter in certain parts of Canada, it's so cold. People have to eat donuts to warm themselves up.
Maybe.
Well, to continue the resilience theme further, I haven't been on all night, but I have been on and recently heard the New York team. So very fascinating panel. And so we'll continue with that thread of resilience. And as Theo said, I'd like to welcome you to a Canadian story of community resilience with global application to support us all in coming back stronger. And I'm an ambassador for Canada, Female Wave of Change, and I'm also president of a national nonprofit, Female Wave of Change Canada. And joining me today are Charmaine Hammond, who is one of our esteemed members, and she's also the executive producer of a soon-to-be released, so we're getting the sneak preview of Back Home Again, a documentary film about resilience. And I'm also joined by 2 other board members, Barb Eady, who's our secretary, and Michelle Rogers, who's our treasurer. Our intention today is to share with you a short video trailer of Back Home Again and to discuss why it's so important now and how it's relevant to our work with Female Wave of Change around the world. What we're going to do is we're going to open up later for questions and invite you to interact with us. So why is coming back, why is Back Home Again? Why is this so important now? And how is it relevant to our work with Female Wave of Change Canada? Well, one of the things we talk about in Female Wave of Change and our big themes is think global, act local. Well, I don't want to give too much away. This documentary film is all about something that happened in Canada. It's got a Canadian director. It has a number of Canadian well-known actors starring in it, and they've all volunteered their time to make it, which is awesome. So it's all about thinking It's about thinking global and acting local because it's about a local situation that happened, but it has global application. And I hope you'll see why as we move through the discussion and share the trailer with you. Another thing is you will see, we talk about authentic leadership qualities such as authenticity, compassion, collaboration. Well, all these qualities run through this video trailer and the intention it has to be a trigger for discussion with families, with communities, with school teachers around the world. It also, the video demonstrates collaboration in action and the importance of partnerships and having a common vision and how people moved together and created this amazing, well, this new community to come back stronger. And we have had Ingen Bohl and our board Ingen as our fearless leader from the beginning. And she's really demonstrated this idea of collaboration in action and having this common vision, and organically has moved this organization forward around the world. And we see also this video trailer having the possibility of demonstrating this and having potentially positive impacts and showing people how they can build community and how they can be more collaborative. It links with a number of the pillars that we have at Female Wave of Change. It touches on the themes health, humanity, as well as education. It supports the power of community and creating waves of change, which we know that's what Female Wave of Change is all about. It aims at making a truly positive difference in the world. And Charmaine is a member, is the only female member of the executive team for this particular documentary. And she has been working alongside the screenwriter director, Michael Mankowski, for the last 5 years. And just so you know, my understanding is this is going to be released at an international film festival in Edmonton, October. So as I mentioned before, we are so excited to have the sneak peek at what this is all going to look like and what it's going to do. The power of video to connect and also to serve as a trigger for discussion. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Charmaine Hamid. And she's a woman of many talents. I'm not going to go through her CV right here, but Charmaine is an expert in conflict resolution. She's co-founder of Raise a Dream Training and Consulting. And she and her partner, Rebecca, business partner, they specialize in sponsorship and collaboration. And Charmaine has gotten sponsorships from all over the place. I would say millions of dollars to do work, both her own work and also work supporting the work of many other important initiatives and organizations. She's also a best-selling author of many books. I can't tell you how many. And she's also a certified professional speaker. So with that, I'll hand it over to Charmaine, and she's going to tell us a little bit about the film, the background to it, why it was created, and also the partners and how it can be used. Charmaine.
Thank you, Pamela. And it's so great to be with you all this morning for us here in Vancouver. And the previous conversations have just paved the way for what we're going to talk about now, the last conversation about resilience. And this short animated documentary, it's 30 minutes long, was really created by Michael Mankowski to be a conversation starter about mental health. So to go back to one of Pamela's questions a moment ago about the why of the movie, in 2016, Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada experienced a massive disaster in the community. The entire community, 88,000 plus people, were evacuated as a result of a forest fire, and they were evacuated for more than 5 weeks. And Michael Mankowski, the screenwriter director, is a local Fort McMurrayite, so he also experienced the fire, the evacuation. And when he returned, he was working with the Red Cross on a project and interviewed hundreds of people about their experience. And he thought there were so many important stories to be told, and that perhaps this film could be one that would help people have conversations about mental health, coming together as a community, inspiring hope, and the conversations about resilience, just like we've been talking about today. I have a big why too, in terms of why I got involved in this almost 5 years ago. I too lived in the community that the story is about. While I didn't live there at the time of the fires, I had left and moved to another community by then, but I was called back to work with the school boards and a number of nonprofit organizations as they worked on their plans to recover, regrow, and to be resilient. So when I met Michael and he shared his big vision, and I know all of you have talked to people in your world where someone shares a big idea, big vision, and you just say, I've got to be involved in this. That's what happened to me. I jumped on board and I didn't know at the time how I would help. I certainly didn't know at the time that I would become an executive producer, and nor did I ever think in a million years that we would have this incredible cast. The film is a nonprofit film and it's designed to be watched with someone. So this is not a film where an entertainment type of a movie for children. It's really a movie for families and for educators and for communities to share, to start those very much needed conversations around mental health. And now in our world, we need these conversations more than ever. And I'll just maybe share the poster for a moment. Let me screen share here if I can, just show the poster. Why can't I find that? Okay, I'm not going to share the poster right now. I can't. It's not letting me bring up the poster, but I will put the link to the poster up in a moment. The poster is beautiful. You're going to see the entire lineup of the cast in the short documentary that I'm going to share with you in just a moment. But the key thing that we really want people to know about this movie is that we want this to have global application, because it's not only Fort McMurray that has experienced a disaster. We are all living through a disaster, a pandemic right now. And you can see on the screen, these are the characters. This story is about the Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, Alberta, Canada wildfires, as told by the animals who live in the forest. And you can see some of the actors on the screen. So we really look forward to having people engage in conversation and to look at how they can spark conversations or inspire conversations that help people heal and help people grow. Now, I thought I'd do you want me to put on the trailer now as well, Pamela? Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted.
Yes. Do you want to just share that the partners again, just to reinforce?
Yes, beautiful. As Pamela mentioned in her introduction, this movie is really built on collaboration and partnership. That was a big part of the reason why I said yes to be involved. And we have two charitable partners on the project, and that is Canadian Mental Health Association. They're working with us to help us build educational resources and tools that'll support the film. So things like classroom discussion guides, family discussion guides. I love the conversation previously when Janine and Tina and the other panelists were talking about resilience. And I believe it was Janine talked about those stories over dinner time. These are the types of stories we want to be talking about over dinner and drive time. So Canadian Mental Health is helping us with the app, all of the educational tools and supports for communities, schools, and families. And then our other key charitable partner is Canadian Red Cross. And the partnership is expanded beyond that. How this movie was brought to life was through a number of partners, sponsors, community organizations that have all collaborated together to move this project forward. And as Pamela says, it's going to be released October 2nd at the International Film Festival, Edmonton International Film Festival. So for all of you that have been involved in big projects, you know how that feels when you are literally a week away from this big project, and we are so excited to be launching that in the resources. Perfect. All right, let me give me a moment here to put on the trailer. So if I set context about this is a 3-minute and a bit trailer called The Heart of Back Home Again. So this gives you the context of the movie. You get to meet someone from Canadian Mental Health Association, Canadian Red Cross, and the screenwriter director and one of our producers, John Schneider. And then on our YouTube channel, we also have the movie trailer, but I wanted to show this one because it really speaks to the essence of the movie and why we are doing this in the first place. Okay. Everyone double cross fingers that technology works here. Okay. And as soon as I start this playing, if you can give me a heads up that The movie is The Sound is Working for You.
Here's the latest on the Fort McMurray fire.
Dramatic shift in the wind.
Fire shifted direct.
We are strong, and we will keep doing our job.
The Fort McMurray wildfire, the impact was awe-inspiring, really, the power of Mother Nature. This was something Canada had never seen before. It's hard for the human heart to realize how much is lost.
This is a community that has faced an unthinkable chapter in its history, and catastrophic events have an impact on our mental health.
I was born and raised in Fort McMurray. We were first affected by the economy, the downturn in oil prices, then the wildfire, then the floods, then COVID.
What does recovery look like for a community? What does it look like for a family? And what does it look like for an individual?
I wanted to make a film that could help people by creating conversation and awareness around mental health. I wanted to give back to my community and telling the story of coming back home. I had so many powerful untold stories in our community, and I felt a documentary about this subject matter might be too heavy. I wanted this film to be relatable for children, so I took those stories and I rewrote them from the perspective of animals.
Wood buffalo forest is still evacuating and still under the constant threat of the beast.
We talked to a lot of mental health experts about the use of animation to break down barriers and give people comfort.
Michael was alongside of our teams, hearing people's voices about their experiences.
In the very foundation of this project was careful consideration and the gathering of experts to really consider what the weight would be.
And I wanted to make sure that we had all the diversity of Fort McMurray represented.
I'm so relieved to know my wife and son are safe.
This is the largest ensemble of award-winning Canadian actors in any film, and they all donated their time. They all wanted to give back to their country of Canada.
There are many animals all over the world that are calling you firefighters heroes.
I don't consider myself a hero. All the emergency responders, the police, volunteers that have left their homes, they are the real heroes to me.
Jeremy Renner, who voices a character in the film, also sings an amazing song at the end.
A new day rises from the ashes. A new hope rises from the pain.
This is a story about a community. It's a resilience movie. It talks about coming home, finding your community there.
I envision it as a healing journey for community members and families and schools.
Watch it with somebody so that you can talk about your experience.
This is a non-profit project that I hope to use to raise funds for Canadian Mental Health Association of Fort McMurray. I hope this inspires everyone to talk about mental health. This is really a personal love letter to my hometown of Fort McMurray with love.
I still get moved every time I watch that, and I've probably watched it thousands of times now, Pamela.
Well, I know I've got tears in my eyes here. So thank you so much for that. Sure. What I'm going to do now is ask the question to several of our board members, and I also invite you to respond to it, any participant out there in the chat. And the question is, what change or changes does the film inspire you to make in the world? So first of all, I'd like to open that up to Barb Eady.
Hello, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. And yes, every time I see that trailer, it brings tears to my eyes too. And I can't wait for the documentary. For me, again, the theme of resilience and community, I love the idea, you know, it's part of the script of the film that, you know, there's new hope that rises from the ashes, and we can take a crisis and people's experience, build these beautiful things we've talked about, resilience and adaptability and community, the power of community. And one thing Canadians are known for, as well as donuts, is not just collaboration and community, but coming together in really tough times and donating their time and their resources. So I also work in my work with children, with teenagers, and mental health is part of their experience. So I think this film is really powerful in opening those conversations for families, for the people we work with, and for many people, especially now. The thing about mental illness, it's often not seen. We don't know what people are struggling with. And stories like this can really open that conversation and bring that connection. So thanks for this. I'm excited to see this film happen.
Thanks, Barb. Michelle.
Hi, everyone. I'm just, first of all, so excited and pleased to be a part of this organization and this conference. It's been amazing. I just wanted to, so I've brief comments. So when I think about mental illness and the impact that this has on as far as the film has on me, I think talking about mental health and options to gain help helps all of us get comfortable with the notion that just like our physical health, mental health ranges from feeling a little off, like getting the sniffles or a cold, all the way to some serious long-term illness. And just like we take care of ourselves when we're not feeling well physically, we need to get more comfortable with adopting the same practice and also just normalizing or understanding that sometimes taking care of ourselves means seeking advice or counsel from others. And it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. So the more comfortable we get with the concept of the spectrum of mental health and how to keep us healthy, and understanding that we're not going to be healthy 100% of the time, that we will get the sniffles. And it's okay to reach out and take care of ourselves. I think that's a really, really powerful message for us to just get comfortable with and adopt.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Now I see there's a few things coming in here in terms of the response to what change or changes does the film inspire you to make in the world. One is show more compassion. Stories heal. Healing the mind is essential during this challenging time. There's a lot of untold stories that need to be shared. Thanks, Canada, for facing the challenges head on. Another one is identify and be part of a larger cause. So thank you for those folks who have responded. What we'd like to do, of course, we have more questions than we have time for. That's usually the case. So I'm going to nip right down here to how do you see using the film and support materials in your family, community, and workplace? I'll just put that in. So anyone, if you want to, I'll put it in the chat here, and feel free if you want to put your response in the chat box, or if you want to raise your hand and I'll take a few replies. So how do you see using the film and support materials in your family, community, workplace? Anyone brave enough to want to raise their hand? Somebody may have to help me too, because I don't see all the screen.
I will definitely help you, Pam.
Thank you so much. Another brave soul. Okay.
Mommy Vaughn. We've got Mommy Vaughn.
Do you want to start? Because you put your hand up first, and then we'll go to Yvonne?
No, I was saying I'll be glad to help you look out for those hands. So let's give Mommy Vaughn
I see.
the
Got
stage.
you. Yvonne, great. Mommy Vaughn, do you want to share? Great to see you.
Yes, thanks so much, Pamela and the team from Canada. I think also the team from New York shared the same principles. I think for me, it's important to have an open conversation with our family around mental health. And in my own journey, I've experienced that families struggle a lot with their family members who've been through trauma because nobody wants to touch that subject. Nobody wants to say, Ma, how do you feel? What has changed? And also, Mom is scared to say, I am not the mom that you knew before X happened. And I think the conversation doesn't need to stop there because mental health is taboo. Nobody engages it head on and deal openly and frankly with the challenges and what it means, the do's and the don'ts, so that as family, you know how to support each other. And it doesn't only stop with family. It's with work environments. It's with the forums that we participate, because usually the easiest thing, people like to change you, judge you, and always catch you doing something wrong. And that makes it worse. Experience. So that said, let there be truth to that power, acceptance, awareness, and people can only take action if they know what to do. Because if it's something you have not experienced, it's much easier if someone was born with it and as family, we know, but if the change just happens, you know, one day you wake up, things are not the same. Someone is stroked, someone is brain tumored or something else, or stress has done this and that, then you don't know how to deal with it. And the risk that I've experienced is that it can actually create more mental health challenges, and not only to the person who's affected, but also to those around, because now they're bottling things, you don't know what to do. So moving forward, I think the action is open conversations, understanding and taking action. And I don't think we see a lot of information that tells people where to go to get help, because usually we want those people to help themselves. And how so? You're already in a mental state. That is challenging. So you don't even know what to do. And sometimes you're not even aware. So I think for me, it's that information is also how you raise awareness and all of that. So in my journey, I've experienced the let me fix you. Let me sideline you. Let me avoid you. Let me not talk to you. Let me not get into that. And I can tell you right now that if you don't have other options, as some of us use prayer, meditation, the arts of living, the breathing and so on, you know, to deal with such. But because I interacted a lot with people who've been through trauma, and I know that it's a struggle. And I think thanks for that, because not only does it inform us, it's also healing. And it's helping us to face what we need to face. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mom Yvonne. You always are so eloquent. And what you shared, open conversations, understanding and taking action, and sharing with people where they can go and what they can do. So thanks so much. And the trauma that I know you've experienced and many others have, particularly even since the pandemic, because it's been a very traumatic time for people. And a lot of us don't understand how trauma affects the body. So part of the discussion is I think, to share the impacts trauma has on the body and make people feel that you're not alone. You know, many people experience trauma in different ways, in different levels. So thanks for heightening our awareness about that, Mom Yvonne.
Yes. That's okay, a pleasure. It's very healing. And to all of us who are bogus mental health specialists, please know that you're making it worse. Rather direct us to the right source so we can get help. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And closing off, I'd like to hand back over to Charmaine, and she's going to initiate a call to action.
Wonderful. Thank you. What rich conversation. And I appreciated all the comments that were flying through the chat box. Because we're all going through a shared experience right now that's impacting mental health, which is living and navigating through a pandemic. This movie has such great applicability to start this conversation. So one of the things we would love to invite our Female Wave of Change global members to participate in is a call to action. And we'll be doing a couple of things. One of those is we invite you to let us know how you might be interested in using the film and some of the resources in your community, whether that's to do something online, whether that's to hold a discussion, help a school, bring this into their schools. The ideas are, I know with this group, so many. So we invite you to actually participate in a call to action. And I will put my email in the chat box in just a moment. One of the things we wanted to do, though, we started talking about the ripple effect of change and the ripple effect of transformation and impact. And so what we want to do is we're creating a little survey, just a short survey that we will get out to everybody. And it gives you an opportunity to let us know where you might be interested in utilizing the film and resources in your community. And we want to be able to track impact. So this is an exciting exercise for us to be able to track the impact. And we'll be doing regular updates to all of the Female Wave of Change members as well to show how one conversation led to a lot of impact. Anything else, Pam, you wanted to add to that?
No, I just would wish to say thank you for all the rich comments in the chat box, as well as Mum Yvonne's contribution. And thank you for the opportunity to share Female Wave of Change Global.
Yes.
Because we're excited to be here, and we're also confident that the ripples can keep going and going and going. And so thank you all. Over to you.
Thank you, ladies from Canada, Pam, Charmaine, and Bob. Really inspiring work that you ladies are doing and partnering with the Red Cross and other people in Canada. I'm really looking forward to the full film, for the documentary film. Really, I think we're all just looking at that teaser, that clip. We're like, wow, we can't wait to see. And I'm sure Charmaine, your call to actions, people are going to take heed of that, and they'll be connecting with you in how we can use that in the community. What an incredible way to create this ripple effect. I mean, it's starting in one country, and this video, this documentary can be used to uplift and turn around the communities in many different other parts of the world. Just real case study of what, resilience and the power of community look like, and like, as you said, we are all, I think from a mental wellness perspective and mental health, COVID has sort of just put us on par on how it affected us on mental, and so we can all relate to some of these changes that it has brought into our lives. So thank you so much to the Canada ladies. I hope that your surfing board, ladies and gentlemen, are still intact, because we're still riding the wave, but we're almost there. So just hold on and hang on. I hope that your surfing board is really still intact. We are now riding the wave to Virginia. And two interesting facts about Virginia that you may or may not know is that the first Thanksgiving was actually in Virginia. So that's very interesting. And also in the very early days, Virginia was also known as the birthplace of presidents. So quite interesting that early it was seen as that. For that conversation, I'm going to invite Patty Washington, the Female Wave of Change ambassador in Virginia, with her guests, and talking about riding the wave of love to empowerment and joy. Over to you, Patty.
Hello, Female Wave of Change, and we would like to say welcome for Virginia. Let's hear it.
Wow. Hello.
And we are going to bring in, we have two fabulous speakers for you. We have the tenacious, wonderful Dr. Yamaja Jubilee, who is the soul poet. She is going to read one of her empowering poems for us. And we have the fabulous JJ Schuyler, who is going to do a little workshop on joy. So get ready. Here we go. And Yamaja, take it over. Yeah.
Breathe in and breathe out. And we are now riding the wave of change, and we know how to behave. This poem is called From an Empowered Place. No need to crawl, walk, or march to the rhythm of your drum, because baby, I got what it takes. I'm dancing, I'm skipping merrily and cheerfully in the flow of spirit under God's grace. No longer am I shy and unassuming and docile, or keeping silent as I live a ho-hum life. Bored, stuck, rigidity, or covered by my own shit. Blaming you for dumping your shit on me and creating my misery. I got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. I got a fire in my belly, I tell it. I'm living from an empowered place. No longer do I lie, deceive, cheat, or undermine, or manipulate those who I perceive in my mind that are less than me because of a caste system that was set up to annihilate me and keep us all in our place so that we could feel superior because of the color of my skin and not a member of the human race. No longer do I listen to the news, honey. It just creates misery, and all they're doing is dispensing negativity and all that other stuff that change our living and change our thinking. I got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. I got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. I'm living from an empowered place. No longer do I listen to he say, she say, or they say, or those who pass along gossip and criticize to defame, destroy, or defeat others and put them down. Gotta watch them, because what they say about them, they will surely reap. And what they say is really a reflection of how they see themselves that comes out of their mouths as they speak. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. No longer am I bound to being the best fucking town, because I had to sleep around to push down all the pain of not loving myself. And I just settle for crumbs from any man's table. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. I'm living from an empowered place. No longer must I marry Tom, Dick, or Harry to give me a name or to fix me either. And I don't have to change them either. And I go into this knowing that they are emotionally unavailable, or neediness is their only claim to fame. And guess what? I become insane. No longer do I choose to suffer, to be a martyr or a poster child for not enoughness, unworthiness, spinelessness, purposelessness, with a fragile ego who sells their soul to the highest bidder for a millimeter second of validation to cause my existence. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. No longer will I be held back and bound by generational shame, anger, rage, drugging, drinking, eating, workaholism, religiosity, and money to cover up and be embedded by all that generational pain and truckloads of shame. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. Got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. No longer. I have a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. I got a fire in my belly and I gotta tell it. I am brilliant, bodacious, beautiful, spiritual, sassy, sexy, soulful. I'm a badass. Boy, oh boy, I just said a mouthful. No need to be doubtful, because I'm a bold, badass soul. I now realize that I am the gift. I am the gift that I bring to the world. And I wield my power and my uniqueness on purpose, on God's divine plan as I continue to unfold. I now live from an empowered place. Now run tell that, because I got a fire in my belly and I got to tell it. I got a fire in my belly, I got to tell it. Now you just been told. JJ. Yeah.
Are y'all awake? If you weren't before, you are now. Hi, I'm JJ Schuyler. Thank you all for being with us this morning. Hello out there to the female wave of changers. And I am so honored to be here to help everyone reignite some joy in this time. So the first thing I thought when people said, oh, you want to come and talk about reigniting joy? I said, yes, that sounds like something we really need right now. Yes. Right. And then I thought, what the heck am I going to do to help people all over the world reignite that spark? Uh-oh. So I thought I'll make it interactive, right? We'll honor the underbelly of joy, come through that in our bodies, and then radiate our authenticity and our groundedness and ourselves. So in the little bit of time that we have this morning, and thank you all for being the interactive part that I can see, we're gonna come through that. So I thought about the word reignite, right? Reignite implies we're building a fire, right? We're starting something that has stopped burning, right? So how do we do that? I mean, the one thing that the pandemic has given us is this heightened awareness, right? This forced stillness that maybe some of us weren't used to having. So now we know that our external sources of joy that we've been looking to for all of this time along our journey, first of all, those are blessings, right? That maybe we took for granted over a year ago. But they're also not the only source of our joy. And so in that stillness, we often are starting to feel that sense of lack or not enough, or what's missing in my life. Why am I not feeling as joyful as I did? So my job in Joy Epidemic creating is to help people get underneath that and clear what's blocking you, right? What's blocking me from time to time. So we're going to learn how to recreate and reignite our own fires today. To do that means that everybody here has to go a little real with themselves, right? So the fire is the center of ceremony in cultures, right? And there's a reason for that, because there's a huge amount of power in fire. So who here believes that you have at least a spark of it inside of you? Yeah, and some of us are like all day, every day over here, right? Well, for those of us who might feel that there's a little diminishing going on for people over this period of time, how do we relight that spark? So I'm going to ask everybody to take a few minutes with me and go inward. Feel whatever part of your body is connected to the earth or the ground right now. Close your eyes. Feel into your feet or your chair. And really focus your attention into that space, that point of contact. And breathe in from the belly. Remember what Iman just said, there's a fire in our belly. Breathe space and energy and light into that. And even if it's the tiniest little spark that you can feel, I want you to gather some energy from the earth. So stretch your hands out in front of you, scooping down. If you can touch the ground, touch the ground. Breathe in, pull that energy up through the feet, up through the legs, up through the belly, up through the chest and the heart, up through the throat, up through the head, up above the head. Extend your hands way up and reach. And exhale and part that space for yourself in the sky. And let's do that again. Let's reach down into the earth. Pull up that grounding, nurturing energy up through the legs, up through the body, out the top of the head. Reach and stretch and make space. Let oxygen come in to feed that spark. Because what does fire need? Air, right? It needs air. We need air to breathe that, to amplify that, to radiate that, right? A lot of times, quantum physics, spiritual teachers, they stress the power of our ability to create and manifest, right? How many people have heard the word manifest? I want to manifest this. I want to manifest that, right? It's this idea that we have that we can bring all these wonderful things into our life. And sometimes that's a little challenging, right? Because we have it really clear in our mind, but it's not showing up when we want, right? Or how we want. And so then that sometimes will make our fire diminish a little bit. And we might even, I will claim this, I've done this before. I feel like I'm a little bit of a 2-year-old and I throw a temper tantrum and I'm like, but that isn't what I wanted. Right? So I am here to share with you though, that when we step into that space of full creation, co-creators with that higher divine self, what shows up is exactly what we need. And we created that, like it or not. We are responsible for what shows up with our spark inside of us, right? And when it does arrive, we know. And even the stuff that looks messy, we know. Right? So being able to come into a space of radiating our own joy is also about being okay with that mess. Right? And, you know, I don't know about y'all, but I have been in this, in my life trajectory, some of this perfectly imperfect phrasing that you all hear me say a lot is because I'm a recovering perfectionist. I used to have to think everything had to be just like this, right? And boy, did I flip out if it wasn't. You know, yeah, I was actually a lot of head nods in the room, just so you people out there know there's a lot of that here. But whenever we step into that perfectly imperfect space within ourselves, and we then use that point from which to manifest our future, it's feeling into who we are in our totality, right? So sometimes it's a struggle. Sometimes it is a struggle. It feels struggle. And then who likes the word struggle? Nobody, right? Nobody likes the word struggle, let alone the feeling of struggle. But that's where, again, it's about grounding and centering into who we are and honoring all of that, the best parts and the worst parts, without so much freaking judgment, right? Right. So what prevents your spark? What's in your, and I'm not asking for public answers. I'm just saying, take a reflective pause with me. And let's sink into that a little bit more, right? So what is preventing your spark? And we'll use the analogy of the fire, right? So is it that you've got damp twigs and branches you're trying to build your fire with? Is it that you are parked in like some sort of sludge, trying to build something? Think about that. Take flint, right? The old-fashioned way, take flint, rub it together, I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to pretend I do.
Girl Scouts anyway.
Girl Scouts anyone, right? And then you get that spark, right? But the conditions have to be just so to get even just the littlest, tiniest spark. Now, the cool thing about that is it's all it takes to create a really big, powerful fire is what? Just one little tiny spark. So rather than sometimes, I don't know about you all, but sometimes I think, oh, I'm building a fire and I get this vision, it's got to be this great big bonfire. And that gets overwhelming just to even think about creating, right? But if I think about, oh, if I had a match, or if I had a friend that could give me a few leaves, or if I had another friend that could make sure I have dry ground to stand on, then this becomes a lot easier. All right, so let's take a moment and go inward. If you would please close your eyes again. We're going to go inward just for a few minutes. Try to paint that visual. What comes to mind for you? What's preventing your spark, and owning that and being okay with that and coming into knowing about that without judgment, but with curiosity, right? So visualize your own little tiny spark that you're about to light. And then feel into that. Is there something in your life right now, or in your thought patterns right now, some way you feel about yourself right now that is damp, that is sludge, that is the opposite of light? And now, as you keep breathing into that, is there a part of your body that feels that way? That tightness, that tension, that resistance, holding back something, not releasing something. The opposite of fullness. If you detect that in your body, breathe in warm, healing energy. Just visualize this nice, beautiful golden ball of light hitting that spot, filling it up, and then radiating through your heart center, expanding from your chest. Dissolving that tension, that tightness. Loving on that tension and that tightness. Giving ourselves permission to be okay wherever we are. Right here, right now. And then visualize that spark, really sharp. And know that that's your energy. That's your center of what you can create in your life. No matter what you are not able to do, wherever you're not able to go, however you feel like you can't be right now because of the pandemic, you still have that little spark always within inside of you, right? And nobody can take that. No situation, no relationship or lack. It's always right there. Breathe one more nice deep breath. Feel that radiance within you and open your eyes. These same spiritual teachers and quantum physicists, they'll tell you when you really want to manifest something is to come into a future state of being. Like picture that version of yourself, right? In as much detail as you can. So now that we did the little clearing and acknowledging of all the stuff that might be lingering in us, I thought it might be fun for us to just really quickly take 30 seconds, paint your inner picture, right? Wherever you are right now. and wherever you want to be, how you want to show up in your life, right? Some of you who are in the room, you took a pledge this morning, right? What did you pledge to do?
Be joyful.
Show up for your joy, right? So visualize that version of you right now in your mind. Are you on a beach? Are you surrounded with friends and lots of money and lots of great food and lots of laughter? What is it for you? No wrong answer, right? No wrong answer. So I'm just going to add a little layer of an image that I want you all to co-create with me now. Whatever that picture was for you, I want you to imagine all the people that you love the most coming around this big fire with you. Remember, I talked about fire and the power of ceremony. So now we're going to invoke that in real life here, and we're inviting you all to do that too. And I have a good friend here today who's going to come and help me create this sense of dancing around our fire in co-creation. And anybody that wants to get up out of their chair, get up out of their chair. So that's you all here and anybody out there. Gonna get some music going. And we are going to celebrate the sparks that we are. This is my good friend Alexa.
Hello.
And we are going to go ahead and dance our way out of this thing.
Yeah, so just like you were talking about moving from the inside out and talking about the spark within, this is a lot of what we're doing. We're going to dance, we're going to move from the inside out. So I want you to focus on your feet, feel your feet, and feel your heart all at the same time.
All at the same time, people. If you've got music at home, crank it up. We got like dancing.
Yeah. Come on. Shake all your body.
And thank you.
Let off all that old.
Thank you from Virginia.
What are we doing? Yeah. Okay. What are we doing? We're shaking out all the old stuff and all the old.
All right.
We're shaking out all the complex, all the all gone. All gone. Whatever you see in your heart that you're going to be.
All right. Thank you from Virginia. We will see you soon. Bye.
Bye. Wow, Virginia. What a way to, to the end of the day. I think everybody's feeling tired and a little bit, low energy. And you just came in and you just revitalized us and pumped us up. And, as we're holding on dearly to our surfing boards, you just made sure that we've got enough strength to carry on until the end. So thank you so much. That was really helping us and teaching us how to, to have this joy. And I love the question about what is preventing your spark, because the reality is we all have that spark, and one thing happens and then we diminish the spark in our belly, that fire that is burning in our belly, somehow it just gets diminished and we forget to reignite it. And so it was a nice challenge for us to revive and resuscitate that fire that's burning and reignite it and light up where we are. So thank you, Team Virginia. That was incredibly powerful. Now I see my beautiful sister Ruth on camera, ready for us down in Suriname. Two interesting facts that you may or may not know about Suriname is that it is the only nation outside of Europe with Dutch as a language of the majority. And then, despite the small size, Suriname has incredible ethnic diversity. So they've got some people of different diversity living in Suriname, and joined by my lovely and beautiful sister Ruth that I haven't seen in a while. Good to see you, Sis Ruth. She's going to be sharing with us, and she's actually the last country that we are visiting. So really, what an incredible way to end the day before we wrap up. So Ruth, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tato. Hi, everyone. I'm going to start my presentation now. with a video from my beautiful country, Suriname. It's a short video. If it works, yes.
Suriname, a colorful experience.
Sorry, let me introduce myself quickly. My name is Ruth Louise Sinclair and I live in Suriname. I was born here. When I was young, I moved to the Netherlands, and after 32 years in the Netherlands, I moved back to Suriname in 2015. I'm the Female Wave of Change ambassador for the Caribbean, because even though Suriname is on the northern coast of the South American continent, we are part of the Caribbean. We are a bit of a strange country on the South American continent. I've been a serial entrepreneur since 1997. I do leadership training, communication training, management training, entrepreneurial training, etc., etc. And I'm also the author of the book Sexy Leadership. I'm an advocate of diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. That's a little bit about me. Today, I am the last speaker of the whole conference, and unfortunately, I couldn't join a lot of the conference today because I have a really big project going on, but I am happy to be here and close off your day, hopefully with some positive information about the women here in Suriname. As I said, I lived in the Netherlands, and in the Netherlands, a big survey was done by Women Inc. Women Inc. is an organization in the Netherlands who obviously works with women, and they, Women Inc. have been researching the wage gap between men and women in the Netherlands. And years ago, I read about that research, and it turns out that in the Netherlands, there's a 14% wage gap between women and men of equal education and equal work experience. So now that I am living and working in Suriname, and I primarily work with women, I was curious about the situation of women here, the financial situation of women here, and if there was a wage gap between women and men in Suriname. So we did a pilot survey. We got 295 respondents, of which 231 women, 64 men, and mostly were master's and bachelor respondents. I am so sorry, but my neighbor is working on his house. I cannot do anything about it, so I hope you can hear me. And most of the respondents were employees of government, semi-government, corporate, and also entrepreneurs. So what we found, the summary of the 295 respondents, that significantly more women than men with academic titles filled in the survey. And in the bachelor titles, there were more men who have answered the survey. And the biggest group of working women who answered the survey amongst the 295 are between age 25 and 45. And with the men, we had different age groups who had a lot of men answering the questions of the survey. So what we also found is that a lot of more women are in employment from that group. So they are employees of companies or in the government or semi-government, what we have here. More men under the respondents were entrepreneurs, and more men were in leadership positions, yet more women in the intellectual, scientific, and artistic jobs. So teachers, trainers, they had more women in the survey. So when we ask about, are you negotiating your salary or your fees? You can see that 40% of the men, yes, and 60% of the men, they don't negotiate the salaries. And a lot of more women do not negotiate about their salaries or their fees. We found that we wanted to ask this question because we wanted to know if there is a wage gap, what is the reason of that? And this is one of the things that women don't do well enough yet. They do not negotiate here in Suriname. They just, what the salary that is offered, they accept that salary, or the fee that is discussed by the company that they want to work for. That they take that and they do not negotiate, not well enough. And if you ask them if they are satisfied with what they earn for their work, if according to their experience in the education, you can see by the numbers, by the percentage, that men and women, they are not satisfied with what they earn. But if you go back to the formal sheet, it's not only that the companies maybe don't want to pay more, but they are not negotiating their fees and their salaries. So since I am a leadership trainer, for me, this is very interesting on how can I develop trainings, or how can I support the people in becoming more confident to start negotiating and start earning more from there. But then also other interesting things were in the survey. If we look at the jobs in the government, we found that in governmental jobs and in corporate environment, the men dominated the highest wage groups. But if you look at, and we call it here the semi-government, those are companies who are working a lot with the government, yet they have like a bit of a commercial character also. So they are like in between, not corporate fully, but also not government. So we call that semi-government here. And in those companies, the highest wage groups are dominated by the women. I have worked as a trainer in a lot of those companies, and the boards there and the directors, the women do dominate. So that was a positive find that we found also with our survey, that in the semi-governmental companies, the highest wage groups are dominated by women. We were very happy to find that. And also, even though in our survey, under the 295 respondents, we had more male entrepreneurs answering the survey questions, yet the women who are entrepreneurs and who answered the survey, the women dominated with the highest turnovers. So the women entrepreneurs make more money than the men. I was really surprised by that, positively surprised. And yeah, but that's what we found in this small group of respondents. And overall, if we look at the highest income groups, the women of Suriname are dominating, and that is not that was surprising for me. And on the other hand, it shouldn't have been such a surprise, because if you look at the universities here, the women are also dominating. I don't know how it is in other countries. I do know that in the Netherlands also more women than men are attending the university. But here in Suriname, there is a significant difference between the amount of men and the amount of women in our universities and with higher education. The women dominate there. So I didn't upfront, I was hoping, but I didn't think that the women would dominate in the highest income groups. So this is a very, this is a small respondent group, of course, but the first, conclusions may be that the women of Suriname are not doing all that bad in earning their wages. The women of Suriname also mostly work full-time and more than full-time. We do not have part-time jobs here that much. So they either don't work or they work full-time or more than full-time. The women here are very entrepreneurial and very career-minded. So that is the conclusion. If we look at the last 20 to 30 years of the development of women in Suriname, we have come far and we are still rising because of the fact that more women are completing their master's studies and even going for their PhDs. We are dominant there as women in absolute numbers. So, but as you also could see, they are not personally satisfied with what they make right now, but we are not doing all that bad. So I think from a leadership trainers point of view, we as women of Suriname, the phone, sorry, I'm almost done. We as women of Suriname are not doing all that bad, but we have to start training and working on our leadership to improve our negotiation skills, to know what we are worth, to get even more salary or fees for the work that we do. As I said, this was a small pilot survey and it was mainly answered by people with a higher educational level. They don't represent, of course, the whole country, yet we can carefully conclude that the women of Suriname are on a financial rise, which makes me proud and positive for the future. Because you know the saying, if you educate a woman, you educate a whole community. So if women rise financially and work on their financial independence, I know that they will influence the future generations of Suriname. And that's, what I am aiming for, to make our country even better country to live in than it is today. So that was my short contribution for today at this global conference. Congratulations to the organization. Tato, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. It's very interesting, I see on the comment, it's very interesting how common this issue is, that women continuously are not satisfied with their wage or their salary, but it's very difficult for them to go and say, let's negotiate. I think I deserve more, and all of that. It will just be discussions in the corners that, I'm not happy. And, they've got this anxiety about what they're getting, but it's very difficult to negotiate. So you're absolutely right. Leadership trainers, and facilitators, we have got a lot of work in instilling this confidence and helping with negotiation skill. But I think there's so many reasons why they're doing that. There's this there's imposter syndrome is certainly part of the reason. The lack of confidence is this negative messaging that I said we tell ourselves. But also this masculine culture that is so pervasive in the corporate organizations and government and everywhere else. And so the work of the work needs to happen. And but on the positive light, I'm so happy that you're saying that in Suriname it's rising, you know, the financial rise and independence of women. I think we need to see more of that. We really want to see more of that. And it's so encouraging that some women are finding it brave enough to speak up and you know, and claim what is them and know their worth. So thank you, Ruth. Thank you for that. Wow, you know, we're almost at the end. So I'm not gonna wrap up first. I'm going to first invite the board of Female Wave of Change to do their closing. And then my co-host and I'm gonna invite Debelo back, and the two of us are going to officially close this conference and wish you well. So Ingun and the board members, over to you, and then we'll wrap it up after.
Well, I would like to invite Lunka as the coordinator of the conference team to start. Is she online?
She is. I see she's on camera.
Yes. Oh, there she is. Yes.
Wow, wow, what a wonderful conference. I would really love to thank everyone, you know, from being asked to allow people to tell their own stories, to hear from stories of bravery of one woman standing up against social injustices, to a group of women challenging traumatic cultural practices, and also women being called to be accountable for their own health, their own finances, and be accountable for their own families. Amazing, amazing stuff indeed. When we started at the beginning of the conference, I did say people must look forward to be inspired to take action and be part of the solutions in their communities, for people to be moved or sensitized to respond to the social ills, and also for people to be ready to be awakened now to the opportunities that are out there. And I think all that was wrapped up in this 1.5-day conference. I am so pleased with all the participants. They really gave it their best. And yeah, I'm really excited and inspired. One question though, because I know people come to conferences and they are ignited and they are inspired. If you go now and not do anything about the energy you've got here immediately, it's all going to fade away. If there's anything that you can take out of the conference, is the call into action. There's still a lot of work to be done out there. And it's for the women to take the front line and push through. Thank you very much to everyone.
Naval, how about you?
I don't know where to start. It was an inspiring day. I have to say this. We said that we wanted Female Wave of Change conference to be a platform of awareness, a platform of inspiration. And I'm sure many ladies and gentlemen got inspired. Me personally, I learned a lot about many countries, many cultures, and this platform of awareness had opened our eyes to so many issues that needs action. And this is our, goal as Female Wave of Change. We need action in the local countries that we are present and hopefully will be present in the future. So all I want to say, thank you all for being here. Thank you for letting us get aware and know what is the issue so that action will start as soon as possible. And again, I will repeat what I said at the beginning of our conference. Let's keep in mind that the waves will never stop and change is happening, and we are confident that tomorrow is a better day. Thank you all.
And before Renee starts, thank you, Naval. Before Renee starts talking, please turn on your cameras if you're still here, because we really want to see your beautiful faces. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Naval. Thank you, Lunka. How about you, Renee?
Yes, well, there's so many different stories, and at the same time, I see so much similarity. And the similarity is in the passion, the passion for change, the passion for action. And indeed, what I see after a few years, there's really impact going on. impact not only on the topic that we were talking about with women leading in change, impact in all these areas. So change is really happening, and yeah, it's fantastic. Tangible results, we said that before in our conferences. And to quote one of our speakers of yesterday, the leaders, we are all leaders. We're worthy to be leaders, and the world needs us. And I'm even more convinced at the end of these 1.5 days that we all are those leaders, and our communities, our organizations need us. And I thank you for that, to join us in the wave and continue to make waves and make ripples. Thank you. Back to Ingun.
Yes, thank you, Renee. And well, you know, it's amazing. It's humbling. It is, you know, that feeling of gratitude that you have during those days. It is absolutely about reconnecting and getting all these people together. You know, so many members from our own Female Wave of Change global team, our ambassadors, wave makers, members of the Circle of Wise Women, people who are normally in the background that really joined. You know, that is already fantastic, you know, to see a person behind a name and be able, and that is really what I hope also, that people reach out to each other and really know where to find each other in the future. And also those who did join us and are not members yet of this fantastic organization. We will, you know, reconnect you with the local organizations, and otherwise, you know, really join us at global level. That is already fantastic. That for me is great, you know, to really build that bridge again. That's one. The other thing is, of course, we see that we are facing a lot of challenges. And they did not get less, you know, because of COVID. It really added up to everything that we were already facing. But also the thing that we see is that there are already solutions being created, and that is fantastic. You know, it is not only, we don't want to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solutions, and we have seen solutions, and we have seen people with a mindset that you feel like, wow, change is happening. And that is actually really what we want to see. The other thing that, so now my phone is going to talk to me.
Even geduld.
Siri is minding not his own business. The realization that there is so much knowledge, wisdom, and experience in this organization. We don't use it enough. And I already said before the conference, you know, in the end, we had so much material that we already had to extend to a day and a half. But I think we could have made it easily 2 days, because there are so many more women in our organization that should have been on stage here, you know, and that will happen. We are going to do that because we can learn from all these women. So that is something for me that is very important. And also the realization that we can be that change with all this wisdom, with all this experience, with all this energy. Didn't you love Patty and her team? You know, I just love that. That is so fantastic. But that is something, you know, we feel, you know, even through our computers. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, that was really fantastic. And that is commitment, that is energy, that is knowing what Female Wave of Change is all about, and so many different contributions, and they were all fantastic. So actually, just to give you a heads up, the board has scheduled a strategic meeting in October. So we are going to take half a day to really sit together and also reflect on what we have seen here, and what we can do even more, even stronger, to build on what we have right now. So that will happen, and we will come back to what our thinking is. And of course, we want to include you in all the next steps that we will be the next steps that we will be. That's maybe the age is tired. It's, you know, and that is okay. We are going to do a lot more after today, and we feel energized, and there will be a lot more. Tebelo and Tato, the floor is yours, because I'm losing it.
Thank you, Ingrid. That's completely understandable. We have been on this call from 8:30 this morning, and you know, most of the time I didn't even feel it because I was having so much fun. I was learning a lot. I was taking a lot. You know, so thank you to everyone. Tebelo, let me bring you back. So you and I, if you and I were to properly debrief this thing, we would sit here until tomorrow this time, just talking, just between the two of us. So we're not going to do that. I'm just going to ask you to, you know, for somebody who did not, if somebody did not attend this 1.5 day conference, how would you sum it up for them?
Oh, Tato, for somebody that didn't attend, I would say to them, change is definitely taking place in the world. Women have certainly found their voices, and more of them are using those voices. And thirdly, I would remind them that as women, we are so dynamic and so different. And when I look at the different presentations that we had today, that dynamism, that creativity, that innovation came through. And therefore, it should not be, you know, suppressed. If you have a woman in your team, or you have a female that's leading, or you are working with a female, if they come up with a different idea, do not throw it out, because it's in the diversity and the innovation and creativity that we really, you know, see the spark. We really feel and see and, you know, and experience the spark. So that's what I would say to them. Number one, change is happening. Get ready for it, and you can't run away from it. We are, you know, there are 7 billion people in the world, 70 billion. We make more than 50% of that, and our noise and our voices are starting to be heard. So we are there, and also when they come in and they come up with different ideas, do not stop them. Allow that variety, allow that creativity, because that's what adds, you know, to the flavor of this world. Yeah, so that's what I would say. And I think maybe without going any further, so I must tell you, my body, my thighs, my stomach, my legs, they are tired from surfing on the ocean, in the lakes, on the, you know, in the sand, on the ground. And even my voice is starting to say, okay, we've had it. But my final word to all of us would be, the wave only grows when various small waves come together. What I learned today is that over these past 2 days, is that we need to work together across countries, regions, and continents. There's a lot that we can achieve when we start working together. The rewards and the recognition will follow. But first, we find ways and opportunities of working together. The rewards and recognition will follow. Thank you, Tato.
Thank you, Sisi, for those wise words. It has been an incredible 2 days for me, and I want to thank each and every one of you for indulging me, for indulging my voice, for welcoming me in your homes, in your countries, in your continents, you know, in your boats as we're riding this wave of change. When I opened the conversation yesterday, or the conference yesterday, I asked a question and I said I will revisit the question at the end of the conference. I asked, why are you here today? That was yesterday morning. Why are you here? What in you are you hoping to activate or ignite during your time in this conference? So the same question remains, but I'm asking it differently now because I've asked you to think about it. Now I'm asking, as we part ways, as we're closing and wrapping up this amazing, insightful, inspiring, thought-provoking conference, I'm asking you to ask I'm asking the question differently. What action, now that you've ignited something, definitely you should have, otherwise I'll pray for you. You have ignited something in you, right? Or you've activated or reactivated something in you. Now that that has happened, what action are you going to take right now, right where you are, with the resources that you have currently? What action are you starting to take to drop that pebble in the ocean that will create a ripple effect that will be felt throughout the world? Remember, all of us, we've got it in us. We've got that fire burning in our bellies, and it starts with right where you are today. So what action are you going to take? Because something has definitely shifted or been reignited in you that you've just been saying, I'll do it, and you're making excuses. But I think we've been reminded of the incredible power that each of us possess in us. We have it, it's innate. And we have the incredible resources amongst us. We've got this powerful network of women. Phone a friend, phone somebody, reach out to somebody to be your accountability partner. Do anything, but just make it happen. Take that first step. So from me to you, thank you. Have a great evening. Have a great day. Have a great morning. Be safe and be kind to yourself.
Thank you, Tados. Thank you, Tabello.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, all the participants.
Thank you all.
Thank you all, and have a nice evening, day.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
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 Bye-bye. See you soon.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Bye. Good night.